Oh, it says I'm alive. Yeah. All right, let's get this show on the road. 7:16 in the morning. All we need is somebody just to come by and pay us a visit. There we go. We got somebody now. Will he be live? Will he be Memorex? Oh, Sal. Oh, hey, right there is a fine gentleman right there. Good morning. Maybe you'll wake up all these sleepy heads. It's still dark in a big part of my country. Let me put a let me put up a link up here. Uh, I'll invite you to come in and join us here. We'll have a bowl of grits after a while. When that woman gets out of bed, she can fix us some good warm grits with butter, big hot cup of coffee. Well, as the name applies, of course, you've landed on the old Max channel. As the name up in the corner right there is old Max. I got family members now. They finally, after I've been doing this for quite a while, they found my channel. They come over and paid us a visit, and that was fun. Well, let me see. It's over in the evening. Yeah, you guys are up in the evening over there. Probably can hear the. You can probably hear the. Oh, what was that? The birds I love over there. Oh, the. Oh, what the heck was them birds called? Every time I saw Crocodile Dundee or one of those, I always had them. Big, big birds are hollering and they're cackling and they're crowing and kookaburra. Yeah, kookaburra. I love him. I love him animal. I probably, if you live like I live in the jungle here, I live in a deep, very deep, dense forest. And probably if you had a 40 or 50 of them strung out through the woods, they'd probably be, after a while, I'd be shooting my shotgun to get them to get away from my back porch. Go out there and, well, as it is right now, I've got a cat that attacks my dog, and I have stray dogs that comes up. I put food out there for the raccoons, and at night that'll draw up a stray dog occasionally. But there's a lot to be said about living out in the woods like this. We we don't have any jets going over. You hear no traffic. I get on the county road up here, probably averages 10, 12 cars a day per day. And then the fall, like now, and it's winding down. The hay haulers, they have maybe a few loads of hay go by here. All these hills has got hay in them. Everybody out here where I live, they all own a chunk of land. Some of them's got a section of land, which would be, I think, 620 acres, 620 acres. The people across the street, they own everything between here and the county road over there. And this neighbor down the road here, he owns everything back to the other county road. But we was here before them. They're kind of like new people. On this land, my ancestors goes back to in the early 1800s, like 1824. Yeah, 1824. All my relatives lived that way, to a little bit more to the west. Say a half a mile or so over there. And then in 1867, they moved over on the other side of the creek. When my family shows up, it's like cockroaches showing up, where we come creeping in there and get you women. We always get you women first. We'll come out of the woods and grab you women. Biblically, we take us a wife. They quit throwing rocks at one another about, let's see, 1867. By 1880, they quit throwing rocks because my grandmother, she had married my grandfather. And this family, it still lives here. Part of the family, it still lives here. Oh, hell, there's my buddy Ray right there. Ray's having some coffee. Come on in here, Ray. I wish I had me a cup of coffee.
Well, where's your coffee lady?
She is, she's like Snick Himalayan, That's
Yeah.
So you're getting all ready to head home after a while, right?
Yeah, we're gonna be headed home after a while. I put most of the stuff up last night, where I wouldn't have to do it today. We don't have to be out of here till 1 o'clock, so we just have got up.
Well, we got South Oz in here. I just started a while ago, Ray. I haven't been on very long.
I wish I could read the comments. I don't understand why I can't read the comments.
I don't understand either, buddy. He was talking about the birds over there, the kookaburra.
The kookaburra.
Yeah, haven't you heard that? Every time you see Steve Irwin or the Crocodile Dundee, they always got them kookaburras. They're big birds, and they make a lot of sound. A kookaburra. They sound like a bird laughing.
Okay.
It's be like the flying hyena.
Yeah. So see, if I hit comments, I can read the comments, and I can barely see us in the background, but
you can barely see us.
Yeah, but then it said, let me see what it said when it said join the chat. Comments to connect to comments. Well, I'm gonna hit connect and see what happens.
Okay.
It wants me to use my StreamYard.
Oh, I got you, because I'm on StreamYard. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, you're saving your time on your StreamYard, aren't you?
That's what I was trying to do. So let me Let me back out all this. I hope I don't.
Hey, if you go away, I'll post a link over there so you can find your way back. Well, if you can't see the comments, you probably won't be able to find the link. Oh, there we go.
All right. I don't know. I don't want to burn my stream. I ain't got but 4 hours of StreamYard left.
Whoa. I'll make this big. Is that better? Is that better for you?
Yeah.
Is my audio good today or is it weak?
No, it sounds good. What about mine?
Well, perfect, man. You're loud and proud. You got one of them kind of voices is very clear.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to get a strong voice. You know, some people are soft spoken, you know.
Yeah.
I've always been kind of a loud guy, and people say, Jerry, you got to hold it down a little bit. You know, I'd be talking and be amongst it, and there'd be people studying and stuff. They go, you got to hold your voice down.
Yeah. I don't know. My wife says I'm pretty loud.
Well, we can get our point across, can't we?
Yeah. Well, I tell everybody I talk loud because I'm hard of hearing. I got to hear myself talk.
Well, I told you the other day, Ray, you got to get you one of these. You got to get you one of these right here. Hey.
Yeah, I know it. Well, today's Wednesday. My video come out. I already got 46 views on it. I think.
Yeah, I always I look at it this way. You always post your hump day video, and I try to wait. I don't start. See, if I start at 7, it's already 8 your time, so I know you've already got your video out.
Yeah. Oh, it's fine. It's all good.
I don't ever miss one. I'm just about study your roads. You know, I'll go on Google Earth, and I know where your little roundabout is at. You know, so I like to when you travel in your camper trailer when you're traveling there, I can see. You see Highway 127. I can see it right there on Google Earth, so I know how you're traveling. You know.
Huh.
Yeah, there's when Dave was going across Australia, I traveled with him all. He would mention a town, or I'd see it listed on the map. I'd be right there. I could see.
Okay.
It's just a thing I like to do. I like geography. You know, I like how the land is laid out. You know.
Come here, little squirrely.
What, peanuts?
Yeah, I thought the old squirrel would. They pay no attention to me.
I gotta see who's in. There's 2 before. You can't. Let me put the message up. Hello, fellows.
Yeah. Morning 2-4.
2-4. There's a right up above there. Your message there, right up above, is a link there, and you got a camera. You know how to use it. Remember, the rule is no 110 Instamatics and no Polaroids. So, other than that, you can use any all these kind.
Yeah, I figured you might have been on. That's the reason I walked out here. I figured I'd hang out an hour or something.
You know, my little black cat that I put on there, the one that was growling.
Yeah.
That thing, I think when I got up this morning, it was like 580 something viewers. You know,
I've recorded the flags. I want to ride my motorcycle. Yeah. I got 1,000 views and picked up 6 subscribers off of that.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, just silly, you know.
You never know what's going to hit.
You don't. You don't. I mean, I done one time. I mean, usually the custom bikes gets. I mean, I have gotten up to. I think on one uh short. I think the highest I got 12, 13,000 views. I'd have to go back and look, but you know, YouTube. I think they control that because I can hit one video, it'll hit 4, 5, 6,000 views, and the next 10 might hit. Usually, a rule of thumb is I can always guarantee I'm gonna get at least anywhere from 450 to 600 views off of a short. But every now and then I'll hit 1,000, and every once in a while it'll hit 4 or 5,000. You know, I don't know.
When I was shooting my gun, I could always count on over 100,000 views on the gun shooting. When I was
Yeah.
flying, when I was flying my drone, 10, 12,000 on the flying the drone. But the motorcycle, there's so many motorcycle pages. You know, there was a whole lot less drone flyers than there was motorcycle. So you're
Yeah.
competing against all the big name motorcycle groups, and you're holding your own. I mean, you know, you've got a nice following of people.
Well, you know, but you're right. There's a lot of motor bloggers out there. And there's a lot of, a lot of ones got a lot of subscribers and followers, and you know, gets a lot of views. But
And
they
like
also they put a lot more work into it than I do.
it's like that Adam Sandoval. You know, Adam Sandoval. He's a bike rider, and he's got a national motoblog thing, and
Yeah.
he's always running on these charity runs and stuff. That
Yep.
guy, he's got a million followers. Well, he's also
Yeah.
got a great voice. Everybody, he can tell a story real good when he's talking about the journeys, and he
Yeah.
makes things sound so much better. You know.
Yeah. Well, and that's another thing. You know, me, I'm just old redneck. You know, some people might like listening to me, but you know, a lot of people say, "Man, he's a dumbass. I don't want to listen to him."
No.
You know, but it is what it is. I mean, you know, I think I got. I forgot. I checked this morning. I had a 1346 or something like that. I can't remember. But you know, we grow. I mean, you know, I would seem like on my Wednesday videos, I'm getting more and more views. Usually, I don't get, but I think I get an average of maybe 100, anywhere from 80 to 230 views on a video. Sometimes more. Now,
I,
I got a couple repair videos that had done pretty good.
yeah, I checked this morning on hours watched. My hours have really increased into doing these things here. The hours watched, it went up 33 hours last night,
Wow. I
and it's
got
just
a
a period.
Yeah, I think I got an hour and a half off of that one short I did that's got almost 1,000 views on it.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
going to do it live going home. I don't know if anybody watch it, but
Of course, I'll be right here watching you.
okay. Because does it? I think Motorbomb says if you do it live, your time counts off of people watching and commenting. I don't know.
Well, I know when I do a live here on here, I usually get 30 to 50 hours just over in a 24-hour period of time.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
went since I've been doing this, I went from 700 hours to 1585 this morning.
Okay, I think I'm 31, 53. It might have dropped because you get to a point, then you lose a few every day.
That's right. That's depressing. You get so close, and then it starts sliding backwards. You know, you go,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm in where I can get the, the super chats and stuff like that, but it's slowly going that way.
well,
But
yeah,
I think go ahead.
the banana thing that you always hear them talking about. They give you, oh, they come and they go just as easy. If they give you 3 or 400, they go away the next day.
Yeah, that's what Motor Bomb was saying. She said those are not real subscribers.
Yeah, I knew there had to be something. Yeah, they just they got a list and they can put you in temporary and then they can pull you back out.
Yeah,
And also
yeah,
they use it as a count too. They use that as a count.
yeah. I'm gonna tell you something. Uh, and I know I have said this 1,000 times. The only reason I'm doing started the YouTube was the main purpose was I was bored being retired, and then I found out my grandkids loved watching me. So that was my second. That turned in my actual main purpose. The second purpose after that was I was bored. But as doing my videos and as we grow, and I've got to know a lot of people like you and Moto and well everybody, you know, and so I reckon what I'm getting at is if I got 50 people that will watch my stuff, it wouldn't bother me if 50 subscribers is all I had. If you got 50,000 subscribers and only 100 people watching your video, what's good is the 50,000 subscribers?
That's right.
You know, I mean, so I don't really care about the subscriber count. I mean, it does make you feel good to see it go up. At least it make you mentally think that people watching you. But like I said, I don't never get first thing like already this morning. I think I got 46 views. Uh, but it don't matter to me if. And again, I appreciate everybody watching, and commenting and everything. And I think I had Dave and Ruby and Motorbomb and Hooligan. Uh, See, I already can't remember who subscribed, who commented this morning. Uh, but it's just it's growing, and I reckon as long as God will allow me, I reckon I'm gonna keep doing it.
Sure, and it's well, I'll give you one of the great rewards. You spoke about your grandson last Saturday while the Alabama football game was playing. My daughter is an Alabama football fan living in Seattle, Washington. And so when they was playing the game, her and my grandson was watching the game. They quit watching the game and came over somehow when they was going through their phone, it showed up on YouTube. It showed up there. She said, "Look, here's Grandpa on the," and they came over and watched the show, the live show Saturday, and made,
Okay.
and that was a
Yeah.
reward.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not, and that's another thing about us doing these videos is I reckon as long as YouTube around, we'll be around even though after we're gone. Because I got a couple grandkids that I think Henry's 3, 4, 4. But uh they're still at the point where once they get 20, 25, they won't remember me.
Yeah,
And this would be a way that they could watch, I mean not by 2025, but if I was to kick the bucket tomorrow, at least 10 years from now, once they get old enough to understand, then they could, mama could say, here's your granddaddy right here, you can go watch all his videos and kind of see what kind of a man he was,
I got a
you
little,
know.
I got a little baby Henry also. He's 3 years old, going on 4, and his vocabulary has really expanded. and he has a Russian grandfather and he has a redneck grandfather. And so when they hear people talking, they always referring to an old Mac and old Mac. And the other day, when he went to go to say good night, he said, "Good night, old Mac." I loved it. It couldn't have been no better for my grandson because he calls his grandfather, Russian grandfather, uh, another name, Papa or whatever. But
Yeah.
but I'm old Mac. We've always it's always been Grandpa, but he kept hearing everybody talking about old Mac and old Mac, and my son Donald said, "Your grandpa is old Mac," and so he said, "Good night, old Mac." That may stick in his head the rest of his life. His granddad was named Old Mac.
Yep. Yeah.
We were talking the other day, my sister and I. When we came up in a European community of coal miners, from Yugoslavia, Eastern Europe, Wales and Scotland. And so there was a lot of Macs. Uh, there was a Mac everything, the McAllisters, Mac this, Mac that. And
Yeah.
so I was the only one that got one of the older names, Mac. All the rest of them got regular names.
Oh, okay.
But my name is Jerry Mack. But they always ask me, "What is the Mac? Is that for like Macintosh, Mac Turner? Like Jerry Mac Turner?" My mother used to call me Jerry Mack. She'd go, "Jerry Mack." She called me by my middle name. I was in trouble. I bet
Oh.
Let me see if I can wake her. Oh, I haven't even turned this phone on. My buddy Joe gets so mad. I almost never remember to turn the phone on. And
Yeah.
when I turn it on, it'll be laying in the kitchen or laying in the console in the pickup truck, or it'll be late. See, his phone is not my life. I don't live by it. I don't have
Well,
none of that stuff. And
yeah.
he's so mad at me. He said, "When I call you, when I call you, you never answer." I go, "Well, I never hear it because it doesn't ring. It's laying somewhere else."
Yeah. I
Let me see.
can't say that.
Let me got another one, Ray, that came up. Looney, he's come in and joined us.
Yeah. Hey, my friend. Good morning.
I went
Yeah.
over. I went over to Dave's channel last night about 11:30. I didn't. He had a. Anytime he's on, he's always got his fly swatter. He's busy swatting the alien.
Yeah. I tell you, I hit the bed last night. I was gone. I actually slept all night, which is a
Yeah,
good thing.
I did too. Uh, I didn't wake up till a little after 6 this morning, but yesterday
Mm.
morning I was up at 5 o'clock. Not because I was hurting. Oh, who's that trying to get in that? Look right here. Let's get your beard. Let's get your beard in order because Rod B's fixing to show up. Rod, there he is.
Hey, Rod. Good morning.
Let me let me get my little beard groomed
Hello,
up.
Ray, Mac.
All
Good.
right. The three bearded men,
Yeah, the Smith brothers.
the Smith brothers.
Dave coming over.
Well, you got a couple other in your country.
Dave won't be far behind me.
Can you hear me this morning? Can you hear me, Rod?
Breaking up a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard your dog bark. The Aussies
Yeah.
the Aussies outnumber us. There's 3 of them, and there's only 2 of us. But we can't count 2-4. He's up yonder. He
Yeah,
lives
he's up yonder. They down yonder, he's up yonder. And we
And
just somewhere in the middle.
and Rod is down under.
down under.
Yeah.
But you talking about phones, Mac? I couldn't live without my. I mean, I listen to Pandora on the bikes with my phone. I do a lot of editing on my phone. My phone is my lifeline. Hey, Dave. Good morning.
Please don't let me stop Mr. Gregory from talking. I've just got to pop out. You can see the back of the shed and all the paints. Just keep an eye on all the paints for us. All right. Hold on a minute. Oh, I got to step over the fucking. I got to step over the wall. I'll be
Mac
back in a
forgot to pay
second.
the light bill.
Rod, do you still have an audio problem?
I can have a little bit of he's slow motion.
Yeah, we got in and outs here.
Yeah, you just don't have a good signal. It'll clear up. He's giving
Looks
it
like me last Sunday.
he was giving he was giving it a karate chop.
No, Mac. No violence. We don't talk about violence on this. We talk about Huckleberry Finn and painting the fence. Paint that fence. That's all you got to think about. Paint that fence.
That's right. You're
Paint that fence, Huckleberry Finn. Paint that fence. How you going, guys?
now you like my little coming down the driveway short that I made there, Dave?
Yeah, I did actually. I like that on the old Sportster with the tool bag in front. You know, the old Mac, you got a bit of class there, brother.
Oh.
You know, for an old gent, you got a bit of class, mate. I tip my hat and I tip my helmet your way, my brother. I can call you my brother, but Mr. Gregory, what a great Wednesday hump day ride.
That's
Through
right.
that countryside. Fucking hell, you lucky bastard. Look where you live. Look where you live.
Yeah.
You know, how fortunate am I as an Australian being subscribed and personally knowing. Okay, look, it's not the best personally knowing. It's a para friendship. Because I can only see you online. But these lives actually help to cement our bonds a bit.
Yeah.
I very grateful, and I tell you what, it's just making me go to the post office even more for that damn passport. You know, I think, you know, because I don't want to go to Sturgis. I don't want to go to Dakota. Was it Dakota, the bloody big bike show in
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to do those things. I don't want to see hairy old men in fucking leather chaps. I'm seeing, you know, I can see that here. But what I haven't seen is I haven't experienced the longest bridge up where Mac is, that wooden bridge, you know. I haven't experienced you where Recycled Hooligan took you through that forest where I was absolutely speechless.
Yeah.
When you were riding in your countryside today and it was at that waterhole. I bet you there's some fish in that waterhole. I bet you there's some good fish in that waterhole. You know, just glorious, glorious stuff. And so your videos for people on a Wednesday who are your true fans, adore them, Ray. And if you can, while you can, we appreciate everything you bring to us. Your regularity is, you know, it's important. It's hard to do. Sorry, you were going to say something. I'll
go ahead.
just continue on with it's hard to do, and to always be there to make the look. Let's put it down. It's a fucking YouTubing's a fucking sausage factory. You got to keep making the content. Keep churning it out, boys. Keep churning the fucking grinding mill. You know, and sometimes, you know, we don't have it in us to churn the grinding mill, you know, because it's editing, it's facing imminent what do you call that? A red flag to YouTube, you know. These are the latest thing I've got now. Red flags to YouTube. I've got videos that can't be monetized now are monetized because someone else is getting the money for the songs, and it's like, oh bloody well, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll start using my own music then, and then we'll put that one to bed straight away, you know.
Yeah.
So you get a little bit of you know, it's like one step forward and 6 fucking steps back. And then you've got to try and keep those steps, you know. Okay, so you know you're going to get knocked back, but you've got to keep trying new things. So these lives, I think they're fantastic collaborative works. I think they have a special place in YouTube, and Sterling Wheel is definitely right. So whenever I see the opportunity to come on board and say hello, I'm gonna speak to the mountains about how old Mac is, you know, the matriarch, and being trained by Motorball.
Good morning, John, retired rider.
Hey, John.
You ought to jump on here, buddy. Well, it's Mac's show, not mine, but
yeah. Well, what he says is true. You just hop on in here. I'm gonna give you a link.
Yeah, well, now I've got to behave myself. The fucking presidency.
I watched a video. Flip Elliott. Flip Elliott. I watched his ride yesterday. Oh my God! Have you seen that hill he lives up on? I never knew he lived up on a hill. I've always seen in the background his flags and stuff flying.
Flip Elliott, old Mac. Flip Elliott is full of surprises.
Yeah,
he'll do these stupid, mindless, bloody lives, and then he'll come out with a ripper fucking. I love the one where he's riding with his combat vet mate. You know, that's real hardcore. That's hardcore stuff, man. That Flip Elliott was riding with his combat vet mate. You know, just something straight out of the blue. You know, just like here I am, boys. You know, here I am. I'm fucking rock and rolling. Yeah, Flip Elliott. Would you agree there, old Ray?
Oh yeah, you know, Flip lives up in Murphy, North Carolina. He's up in the hills. He's a pretty good old guy.
I didn't know he lived up on the hill off the end of a dirt road, man. He rode that thing all the way up the top of the hill till I could see the flag that his camera was always showing that flag. I went, oh my gosh. I had to figure he was out in the country somewhere, but I didn't know he was up on that hillside.
Oh yeah, he's up on the hill.
Can you imagine it snowing trying to get up and down that hill?
Well, he's no stranger to it.
Yeah.
He's no stranger to it. You know,
no, he's not. You know, people live in conditions like that know how to do it.
I was saying on my live, because I just had a mammoth live. I couldn't quite beat your live, Mac, but I tried. 3 hours I got in. It was pretty amazing. I talked to Russia. I talked to, and it really dawned on me that this is the modern ham radio. And I love it for that. I love that this is the modern ham radio.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is where Pen Pal was meant to go, you know. But Pen Pal always took so bloody long, you'd have to wait for ages to get a letter back. This is instant, and it's, you know, we can connect with each other, bang, bang, bang. Here we are. What, you're in northern Georgia? Where are you, Ray?
I'm in, I'm just northeast of Atlanta. I'm kind of northeast Georgia.
Northeast Georgia. And Mac,
Yeah.
you're in Coleman County there with the Met Man,
Yeah.
the infamous Met Man down there in Alabama with the swamps.
Yeah.
And, here I am in, sunny old Western Australia near Fremantle, where, you all immigrants all came, your forebears. But
You
a
know,
few Americans came over and immigrated to Australia.
I have quite a few ham radio operators that come in here, and they come in and say hi, and they go. Had one to show up yesterday. The last time, you remember when he showed up, he brought me bad news about one of our members dying.
Yeah, I do remember that.
He did it by the phone then. Now he comes over, and what would be nice if them guys would get themselves organized and get them a ham page for the ham radio.
Yeah.
Like
But Mac, you might be the one to instigate that. What you're learning from Motorborn Virginia, you can then share with your community of ham radio operators, and be the big wig Motorborn as well, in your own, and you should be treated to that high regard, I certainly support what you do. You have some good ideas for your ham radio friends. And I never knew that I was a ham radio operator until I remembered when I was a teenager how I loved the CB radio in my room and how I would talk to anybody. And so this is back in the early or late 70s with the CB. I don't know. The CB is, I don't know if you've got that in America. You'd have a CB. It's 40 channel CB. 40 channel CB. All the truckers used it. I also remember when I was a radio disc jockey, I would always talk about the interstate truck drivers that can catch the broadcast as they come into the radio field of broadcast. And I thank you for joining us. And it was just, okay, they might not have got it, but for the people who were tuning in, they could remember that, fuck it, without trucks, our country stops. Our country stops without trucks. And truckers are important.
You see where Sterling Wheel is this morning? He was saying CB radio is it's really messed up here in America because see what happened. The FCC gave 40 channels, and there's 33 million CB radio operators in America, all trying to operate on 30 channels.
Yeah, okay, got it.
You get us heterodyne.
Yeah.
Snow, huh?
Well, there isn't that many people in Australia, old Mac, and the CB is still. But however, in Australia now, the poor old truck driver is monitored and has a direct line to the boss. It's all changed.
I can do now. I can't let it out during daylight hours.
There you go, old Mac. Ray Gregory spoken.
Hey, y'all, I'll be right back, y'all.
No worries, mate.
I don't know what I can do.
It's like the Dingwalds will go camping. I love it. The Dingwalds go camping. Go camping with Uncle Ray. Fucking hell! Look at the bloody caravan they're in. I mean, it's a mobile home that is absolutely luxurious. Wouldn't you agree, Mac?
Oh, heck
Ray
yeah.
Gregory's, absolute oasis on wheels. Wouldn't you agree? The camper van should be called the Oasis on Wheels.
Yep.
So I'm sitting here. Oh, look, I'm so sorry. I am a bit charged from the inebriation through the day. But when I saw old Mac come on the screen, I was quick to end my chat of 3.5 hours and admit defeat that old Mac had the longest live, and I gave it my best crack, but I've got to go over there and tell him.
Well, Dave, I have to talk a lot because I'm running out of time, and I need to get a whole lot out before I expire. So that's
Yeah,
reason
you and me both, brother.
Yeah.
You and me both. If that
Look-
makes.
Look what Rod B had to say.
I
Dave,
can't see it. I can't see the. Oh, I can't see it unless I do this. Hold on, I'll do this. I'll try and get. I don't know how to do it. It won't let me do it. It won't let me get to the big screen. I can only do this. David's liquid therapy. Yeah. No, Rod's really cool. Rod was there for Villa. Hey, how you going, Ray? What happened?
Oh, I told her the gray water tank is getting full. That's the sink and shower water. She went to take a shower. It's already backing up. I should have thought about coming out last night, so I had to go there and let a little bit out.
So it wasn't really her fault.
No, I had to. It was got a stinking leak. I know.
Yeah, I know. You just neglected your duties, mate.
She
What
come
can you
out,
say?
the water
You're on,
backing up.
the Griswolds. The Griswolds
So I had
camp.
to let a little bit out.
He's not talking to me now. He's not
I
talking
hope
to
it
me
go
now. I
away
love it.
before today. You wouldn't have that problem. I didn't
if you had a proper shower at the right time. Yeah, exactly right, mate. Fucking nice. It must be wonderful to just go camping, just set sail in the road and,
Hey
bit of
guys,
hunting and fishing.
I got to step out for a minute or two. I'll be back maybe,
all right, come on back if you get a chance, buddy.
but I'll be listening.
All
Yeah,
right.
no worries there, Ray. No worries, mate. It's all good. It's all good, mate. Hunting and fishing. What's going on, Mac? What's happening in Alabama today?
Well, Angelique and I, we went for a ride yesterday. It was really beautiful. The color of the leaves are changing. Yeah, we had a nice ride yesterday. We had a craving to have a cheeseburger. So my nearest cheeseburger is 12 miles away. So we rode over there and I got myself a hearty double. It's like Carl's Jr. It's a big double cheeseburger with a lot of cheese and bacon. And I think she got the new spicy chicken sandwich. But yep, we had just hankering instead of
You were
cooking.
just happy to get out. You were happy to get out of the house.
Yeah, that cooking every day,
Yeah. Mm. Look, I know that every day, there are days you don't mind staying at home being lazy, sloppy Joes. And then there are days it's good to get out of the house. I got out this morning, so I had a good little ride. I had to talk with some government officials, and that wasn't very pleasant. And I spoke to some homeless people. That wasn't very pleasant because I felt so deeply for them, but I couldn't let it show. Does that make sense?
I
If
understand.
I let it show, they would have fucking been all over me. But I was also cut up for them, and I was disappointed in them that they found it necessary to be in a city where there's no opportunity rather than being in the country where there's plenty of opportunity. If you go to the country when you're homeless, you've got a better chance of opportunity, a job which houses you, which pays you an income, which you can, that's what I did when I was homeless. I went out into remote Australia and got accommodated whilst I worked. Bang, I'm not homeless anymore. I've got accommodation while I work. I worked there for about the gestation of a child, which is about 9 months, had enough saved up to buy a nice motorcycle, continued my journey. thank you very kindly, but I'm now off to the Kimberleys of Western Australia and Northern Territory. And I got to see wonderful parts of Australia where Aboriginals light fires and cook a big goanna and go, oh, you're a white fella here, and they toss him a fucking claw of the goanna. And I tell you what, and he eats it because he doesn't want to seem disrespectful. So he eats it with the family in their sort of meal time. And I tell you what, 20 minutes later, he's hiding behind the old prickle bush, shitting his fucking guts out because the goanna's gone through him that quick. And look, all good things in Australia. And being homeless really brought it home to me today, seeing the homeless people in the city. And it sort of shocked me a bit, and I wasn't prepared for it. And I was disappointed at their lack of choices that they had made for themselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I was disappointed for them that the lack of choices they had made for themselves to crawl out of the hole that they're in. No one wants to be sitting on the street with a sign saying you're destitute and poor. It's not for me. I think onward and upward even in the face of adversity, but what would I know? Anyway, Mac, I'm sorry to bring the chat down.
Yeah, that's hey, conversation is just that, good conversation. You can hear people's stories about their travels and things they get to do. And I mentioned before that Australia was one of the places that we had really wanted to come to. It never did happen. But my relatives all got to come to Australia. My uncles, they all came to Australia. They were stationed over there in World War II. They did an operation out of Australia with the Australian Army, and I guess it was when they was fighting the Japanese, and they went up through Indonesia, up through there.
Yeah. The Kokoda Trail.
Yeah,
The Kokoda Trail. Now that is Australian military legend stuff you're talking. You're just getting into some very, very a lot of Australians died on that trail, making a safe passage so the Americans could do what they needed to do in their orders from your government. You know how military works. The high-ranking departments, they're protected, and the low-ranking departments are just there to pave the way and make a safe passage for the most important. And a lot of Australians died on the trail of Kokoda to ensure that a safe world. So we as Australians don't forget the trials and tribulations of the Australian soldier, the digger, Mac, along the Kokoda Trail to pave the way for what the American soldier was able to do unimpaired because of the sacrifice of the ANZUS, the Australian soldier. However, I may have some misinformation there, what I've just spouted, but I think that the Kokoda Trail took a lot of Australian young men in their prime, and it's not forgotten on Dave's channel or in my memory of Australian wartime history. recent wartime history.
Well, my relatives, my uncles and my nephews and cousins and stuff, they carved a trail to Burma, and they had
Yep.
the Australians and the Brits and the Australians. They did that Burma trail, and on the Burma trail, the Brits and Americans and the Australians all died alike. You know, I mean, a lot of them died from fever, a lot of them from gunfire. You know, it was a horrible period of time. But they just kept moving, and they finally opened up a trail into Burma, and you know, they was able to. They had a military operation. They called them the Flying Tigers. That was working over there to protect China. Remember, the Americans had got this voluntary air force over there, the Flying Tigers, and the Aussies and the Brits helped to support that train of supplies going over the Burma Trail. There was some horrible.
Yeah, look, there's no doubt that Asia had a lot of crackpot rulers and despots during that period of time, trying to sort. I mean, I think of Pol Pot, an absolute lunatic of a man. Pol Pot was a lunatic, and he's in the same vein as Idi Amin in Uganda and Rhodesia. Absolute idiotic. Where was their heads at? People.
The killing fields. You remember the killing field? Pol Pot was responsible.
Pol Pot. He was responsible for that, and the Australian soldiers saw an end to his regime with the help of the Americans. And so in my live chat today, you know, I was thanking the Australian soldier, and then a funny comment came up where, you know, if Indonesia had taken over Australia, there'd be no cats in Australia. And we just pissed ourselves laughing. It was the funniest comment to break such a heavy conversation within the live. And it was a wonderful thing. And here we have the auspicious, the myth, the man, the mighty legend, the street glide rider, 2-4. How was that for an intro?
Yeah.
Ain't riding no street glide out there right now. There's a little frost on the pumpkin, man.
Yeah, no. There'd be no riding at all. No, it's dangerous. The bike's put away now. Thank you. And I totally understand, brother. But I will ride vicariously.
I haven't pulled the battery out of it. I'm hoping for a couple more nice days. I'll drag it out of the garage. It's only a couple miles from me up the road here. I can go get it. And if we get the
you
weather.
walk, you got a push bike, you can go up the road.
This.
Brother. How is it, 2-4?
No, it's good. I was just sitting here waiting for old Mac to pour me a coffee, but I didn't get one, so I got one myself.
Oh, buddy, I just went in and got you one. Dang. Well, I guess I'll have to drink it then.
Yeah, you enjoy
it. Well, you know, it's past coffee time here in Australia, and it's very much smoking and drinking time.
Open your mouth.
Yeah.
I mean, open your mouth, little buddy. Open your mouth. I'll give you some.
Open your mouth. Look at you. Got to feed you some grits. Hey, Dad, Grandpa going to feed you some grits. The old Southern grits. It's fucking amazing. YouTube is just wonderful, old Mac.
It is modern ham radio for sure. I used to run a Galaxy 10-meter radio in my truck and used to play around with that a bit. Same as this. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I was stumbling my way through it.
Brother, I'm so glad you're in my life anyway, 2-4. You know, it's certainly, knowing you now gives me a destination. If I get to Florida, Nova Scotia's on the cards.
Yeah, my
and if I
have
to cross America to come to Nova Scotia.
Destination.
And, you know, look, likewise too, you know, it's a hard ask. You know, it'd be lovely to see Mac and Angelique in Nimbin for real. I think Angelique would love that community. If she really got to see Nimbin, Jerry, if she really got to see Nimbin, Angelique would find there were like-minded people that after your passing, she would be in good hands. If I'm so bold to say that.
Mac ain't going nowhere. That man got another 16 years in him at least.
I know that, but it's just nice to know that. It's nice to know, you know, that there are some wonderful people in Nimbin, and she would, you know, if she got in with the weavers and the women that do the weaving, she would not only blossom as a feminist and I think she's learned a lot from your reach in how small the world is too, Mac. For Angelique, I mean, the world is just grown for you, Mac. You're all over the place. You know, you're in Russia, you're in America, you're all over America, you're all over Asia, the Philippines, Hong Kong, Singapore, you're all over Australia now. Old Mac, the world is a small place for old Mac.
I'm kind of like coronavirus. I'm everywhere.
Fucking hope you are. But you're a virus I don't mind having, mate. You know, so I've gone and seen about a passport at least. So look out,
Yeah,
y'all.
something I got to do too is get my passport renewed. It
You're
expired a couple
gonna-
of years ago, and I kind of just let it slide. I guess I should go get it done.
Do you have to have a passport to come into America?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yes, I do.
It's another country, Mac. You have another jurisdiction and another way of conducting business.
But I was thinking that as being like our Canadian neighbors, whether or not they had automatic, we could move back and forth between.
We used to be able to. Before 9/11, we could go back and forth, but then they switched everything. Passports are required now to go both ways. If you were to come to Canada, you need a passport, same as if I go to U.S. Last time I was in the U.S. was 2015. Me and my wife went down on a motorcycle ride for 10 days. We went through Maine and New Hampshire, Vermont. We were just stuck in that area, and we went until we were halfway out of money, and then we came back. It took us half the money to get to where we were. The other half to get back home.
That's exactly what happens. You know, you've got to be able to budget. You know, you don't want to be riding with no money, man. I can tell you a story about
credit cards and to get home, and then it takes you a year to pay for it. No,
riding around with no money, man, you can't do it. You're better off keeping the bike stationary and breaking out your harmonica and going.
Keep it up, Dave. Come on.
I tell you right now, mate, that harmonica with a little hat out has got me out of more trouble than you could fucking mention. All I need to do, if I need money and I got to fucking get out of the fucking area that I'm in, I'll just fucking go. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm going downtown now to see recruiting. Well, to learn some fancy shooting. Well, they asked me to shave and cut my hair and listen to a sergeant blow hot air. I got slammed to a wall because they found a fur ball. I had to march and yell and scream in the hall. I got them old recruit camp blues. Well, I miss my little lady. I miss my JD. I miss my grass and I miss being free. I got them old recruit camp blues. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh man,
He's on fire. Come on.
Oh, what
I'm
a
so
treat.
sorry
You
about
come
that.
over here,
I'm
you
so
can bust
sorry,
your
Mac.
way all over North America, brother.
No, I'm so sorry for overtaking your channel. I didn't mean no respect. I love you, old Mac. And
No, that was awesome.
T4.
It made my day.
T4. You've been in the military.
No.
You haven't?
No,
The military
no.
wasn't for me, man. It
No,
was
wasn't
not
for
for
me
me.
neither. I have a lot of friends that are veterans. We got all the
I
respect in the
respect
world for
them.
them.
I
I love them
respect them
guys.
greatly, man.
But
I
no,
respect
I've
my
never done it
veterans.
myself.
I respect my veterans. I did a little bit of military training, man, but it wasn't for me, brother. When I got out of the army, I ran to the communes. I ran to be a hippie. And I don't know if I'm embarrassed about that, but I did my training. I loved my training. I loved it. But I miss my grass and I miss my JD. I miss my little lady and I miss being free. That's what, I'm sorry, old Mac. I'm not being a deserter. But my old lady and my grass mean more to me than serving the country. Is that selfish? Perhaps it is. Perhaps it fucking is
Rod
too.
B's
Paul.
comment there.
Hey, Ray, look at Rod B's comment.
Someone. This is a wonderful, wonderful chat. Thank
Dave
you,
is the
thank you,
motley
old
crew
Mac.
of YouTube. We're gonna have panties on the stage.
Thank you so much, old Mac. I mean, that's so cool.
That's awesome.
It's so cool. I am quite cheerful, actually. It's very funny and very humbling at the same time. Yeah, like I really love your bike, man. Fucking hell, your bike. And look at that fucking trike of old Max in the screen, and you can't really see it too far, but
I've seen videos of the old sporty trike that
he's got those
I
old
went back to
school.
Mac's library a couple times and looked at some of his
Yeah,
old
he's
videos.
got those old school fucking light, from an old Ford from back in the 30s. Just class. The man has class.
I'm an old guy, so I'd have old taillights.
Just class. The build was beautiful. The build of Black Betty was absolutely beautiful. And I'm probably not even calling it the right name.
Yeah, that's coming down the driveway. That was old Black Betty, and I'm sure, Dave, you've heard the song "Old Black Betty." It's a real popular Have you heard Old Black Betty, the song?
Oh, Black Betty, Bam Lamb. Oh, Black Betty, Bam Lamb. She on man, bam, Bam Lamb. She on that man, Bam Lamb. Oh, Black Betty, Bam Lamb. If I heard the song, I love
My
the
wife
song.
used to have that as a ringtone on her phone. We had a little pug
Oh,
at
yeah,
the
yeah,
time,
there
and
you go.
anytime that song would come on the radio, that little pug's ears would perk up. She'd be looking around thinking Mama was coming through the door. She heard that song. She related it to my wife's phone.
Do you, mate?
Yeah.
Do you know what that song is about, David? Dave, what that song is about?
I think it's about a car, isn't it? It's
No,
about a car.
No, it's about homemade whiskey. It drove the damn thing. The whiskey, it was Old Black Betty was a whiskey, moonshine.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The old
Black Betty.
She drove the damn chow wow, you know. It was talking about when you drank it.
The moonshine. Yeah. And the stone you get from the moonshine.
Did you ever see the video for that song?
Oh, there's so many bands that have covered it. What video?
Yeah, but the original band, Rambajam, you should watch the video to that. That takes you right back. Into
So
the hills,
they're all at a house. The video that I've seen of that is that they're all at a house. Okay, there's a couple of Harley Sportsters.
All over
the couple of Harley Sportsters. They're all fucking just living life like you and me.
Yeah.
You know, it's America 101. That's the film clip I've seen of that song, where they're just set up in the backyard of a party.
Yeah, that's the original video to it. The original composers. That's.
I have seen the video too, Paul, and yes, it's brought me a little closer to America, and same with the Steve Miller Band and Indiana Mary, or Mary Jane's Last Dance. I think it's Mary Jane's Last Dance, where she talks about the girl from Indiana, how she was a cool chick. There's the things I want to go and see. I need to see in America. You got to remember too that as an Australian, we were raised on Easy Rider magazine. You know, the whole there was only a very select few that were the Easy Rider people, and they were always photographed. But you know, now as I'm understanding American bike culture, it's absolutely huge. It's huge. It's bigger than I could even encompass. But as we were looking at the magazines and the culture in America, and, you know, the David Mann centerfolds in the middle of the page. You know, we all love the David Mann centerfolds. They got framed, old Mac, over here.
Yep.
So high regard. So high regard is David Mann.
Of the Ghost Rider image, I'm sure you're all familiar with. I got that tapestry. I bought it at a little flash store that popped up. I was 17 years old when I bought that flag, and I've still got it.
Because it means the world to you, Paul. You know, David Mann and what you stand for, Ghost Rider, is a iconic image, and it's nice to be able to talk about you know, what the Australian and the American and yes, the Canadian, you know, thanks to shows like oh God, what's that show with Bubbles, Rick and Julian?
The Trailer Park Boys.
You know, Trailer Park Boys.
The other day, I was driving through a street in Halifax. I had my son in town, and I should have stopped and got a picture of it. There's a big friggin' brick wall there on Quinpool Road, and it's got a big double portrait mural of Jim Leahy all painted on this huge wall. I'm gonna have to take a rip in there.
No, that's worthy. You need to take your bike out for that one. Is that an easy enough bike ride to go and do a homage and a walk around with Jim Leahy in the background on your bike?
Oh, I could get
If
there
it,
on the bike, yeah, but just wait for the right
if there's
weather.
another nice, if there's another nice day and you can do it on your bike, man. Otherwise,
They
yeah,
painted
because
it up a couple years ago. It's a great big brick wall. It's got 2
we
images
all
of
love Jim
Leahy
Leahy.
on it. It's fucking
Yeah, we
awesome.
love Drinky Poos, mate. You know, like Jim Leahy was the quintessential Canadian. You
If you
know,
look it
he
up, you could
loved his.
probably find it on the internet. If you just look up the Jim Leahy mural on Quinpool Road in Halifax, you could probably find it.
I know I could, but I'd rather wait till we get to your video. If that makes sense. I'm encouraging you to go out and make content.
Yes, I
You
know. I
lazy
got to.
sod.
I'm
You
getting
lazy
encouraged from
sod.
all kinds of sources. I'm going to have to start putting out some more stuff. It's just
Okay,
I'm
so
limited on what I can
basically,
do.
people, you
I'm
write
not
that
tech
down on a
savvy at
piece of
all.
paper. You write that down on a piece of paper. Right, okay, Jim Leahy, walk around the road glide. No, it's not a road glide. It's better than that, isn't it? You got a street glide, haven't you?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to fucking tarnish the flavour of the bike by calling it by misappropriating its name.
Well,
And
you
it
didn't
is
call it a gold
definitely.
wing anyway.
Oh, brother. You didn't call it a gold wing. Fuck, we work too hard. 2-4. We work too hard in our lives, you know, to have
Gotta
a
have some
gold wing.
fun.
Man, I'd never have a gold wing. I love the owners, and I've met the new with and you can tell that they've got a fucking cheese hot fucking croissant toaster ready to fucking go in their saddle. You just know that they've got the coffee machine, they've got the whole fucking box and dice. And us on our bikes, all we got, you know. I will say this though, you've got the better fucking wind fairing than me. I've got it all. I cop it all, bugs and all. I cop the whole lot. But we essentially, 2-4 and Mac, we have the same frame.
Yep,
our
pretty
bike,
much.
from our forks to our handles to our seat, is the same frame. We've got that in common at least.
You can take the seat off almost any touring bike and put it onto almost any touring bike. The frame is very similar. They changed a bit over the years, but
yeah, but they can all mesh up. It's only the lugs, isn't it? The lugs don't fucking go in. You know, when you some are you slip under that fucking little. So the 09 and the 10 don't fucking mesh. There you go, because they changed the frame of the 10. The 10 got the
10, 11,
103.
12, 13 was a certain frame design.
But the
then
09
in 14,
was the last
they went to a different frame.
The last of the old 96 cube twin cam engine, and I love the 09 Road King. I put so many miles on that bike. 2-4.
I had a 2010 wide glide with a 96 in it. And I'll tell you, that little 96 inch, that was the strongest twin cam. I hammered that poor little thing. And I bought it brand new, didn't give it no break-in period. I hammered it right from day one. And that was one strong little twin cam. That thing worked great. There was 103s that couldn't keep up with that bike for some reason.
Oh, really? I had problems. I had problems with the compensator. What else did I have problems with? And then I started to do my own maintenance on it, and I fucked up the sump plug. I cross-threaded the sump plug. So
I try to do all my own maintenance. I always did with my other bikes. Now this bike here gave me some trouble earlier this summer. I did send it to a shop. I spent $800 in the shop on it and got it back. And I had to redo myself some of what the shop had done. I swore right then and there. I told the wife, I said, next time I'm just buying more tools. Because that's my problem now. I'm limited on tools to what I used to have.
Right. Yeah.
No, I'm not letting anybody touch that damn bike. I do it myself. If I can't do it myself, I'll burn it.
Yeah, and I hear you, man. So passionate is. But I will say this too, Paul. Tonight we've been blessed by the most you've ever said on YouTube.
What do you mean?
You said heaps tonight. You've been talking. You've been interacting. You've been the fucking star of the show. I think
I don't
you're
know
the
about that. You
fucking.
can't outshine old Mac. You cannot outshine old Mac. No.
I know you
I gotta
can't, but
disagree.
mate, it's good to hear your stories. It's good to hang out with you in Nova Scotia. I know it's cold up there.
Yeah, I try to stay
I
a
don't
little
really.
reserved on these lives. I try not to say much. A lot of times I don't know how my reception is, and I try not to talk over people, which happens on here all the time, as you all know. You get 2 or 3 guys on the screen, or even 10 guys, and then it gets a little monotonous. The bigger lives, I can't even get in on because you can't get a word in edgewise. If you try to talk, you're talking over somebody else, and then nobody hears anybody. But
Got to raise
I
the
was on
hand.
Max Live yesterday.
Got to raise the hand.
Yeah. Just like back in the old schoolhouse.
Yeah.
I wanted to say to for that your interaction this evening, and I'm getting to know you a bit better, and I appreciate that, brother.
That's the way it is with YouTube, though. You guys get on there, and the audience gets to know the people on screen really quick. You know what I mean? Like, because you guys are on there talking, and people like me to sit back and do a lot of watching, we're really kind of the unknown. But the more I get on here, yeah, people get to know me a bit. I don't know.
Yeah, no, you're a cool
I'm not
dude,
for
man.
everybody, but
I love your bike. I love the things that you love. I know you love Jim Leahy. I know you love what's right. You ride a good bike. You just love the right things, and it gels with me, brother. And that's what all I'm trying to say. Got to remember too. You've been on my live, brother. I've been cut all afternoon. I've been on the piss all afternoon. So I'm spouting any old fucking thing. But, usually it's all good fun. We've all been having a good time. But I've got to remember that we are on a pious channel. Old Mac gives me spiritual guidance. And, now might be the right time. There you go.
yeah.
See, you just knew it. The old fucking wizard, the old wizard Tyre, was it? The old wizard Tyre Deacon. That's what it is. He's the old, he just got to flack his, he got to stretch his arms like the old wizard does. It's fucking crazy. There's the old wizard, the wizard Tyre Deacon.
Oh, how?
Yeah, as we all ride into the town with the riding on Ruby. He's got the big Marshall stack speakers in the back of the bus, pumping out Dave's most recent flyby for everyone to hear as we rock into town.
Motorhead blasted out the back of the school bus.
Yeah, fucking oath. The whole shebang, mate. The whole shebang. There it is. Iron Fist when he comes up out of the grave. Old Lemmy Kilminster on the Sportster. He rides out of the grave, and through the house of the girl he's taken out on a Friday night, and picks her up, puts her on the back, gives the camera a big fucking up yours, and then he's on his ride, Killed by Death. I love that song.
God bless
Killed
Lemmy.
by
Everybody should sit back today at some point and pour yourself a Jack and a Coke and remember Lemmy Kilmister.
Yep.
Please elaborate a little bit more, T4.
What do you mean?
Can you give any specific dates at why today is important that we remember?
Just because we thought of it.
There you go.
You thought of it. Old Lemmy loved his Jack Daniels.
Will you hold the phone while I go to the bar? 2-4, will you hold the phone while I go to the bar and go and get me a Jackson Cola in memory of our dear, beloved Lemmy Kilmister. I'll be back in a tick. Hey, Mac, it's time for your stories now. I've talked enough.
Come on back and go get you a Mac and a Jack in the back, or whatever.
Jack in the Mac. I love it. I'll go and get me a Mac and the Jack.
Sitting here on the porch with a 2-4, sipping on some beer, waiting on you, bud.
Hold on a minute. I've got to go to the bar. Fuck, I'm cut.
What?
I've got to go to the bar.
But, Mac, I'm going to have to get off of here. I got to get my day underway. I'd like to stick around and hang out, but you know how life gets in the way, bud. But
you might
get going here, and I'll be listening. I might pop back in a little later on if you're still on.
Don't be surprised later today that I don't do a short of him playing the harmonica.
Yeah.
You might be a short. I might be a short.
Some you lose, some it's all the same.
All right, we'll see you after, Mac.
The pressure is to see. There ain't nothing to see. The ace of spades. The ace of spades. I'm so sorry, Mac. I scared away 2-4. How you going? How you going, old Mac? I'm having a drink for old Lemmy Kilmister. He was a true rock and roller. Lemmy Kilmister. Did 2-4 go home, did he?
No, he's got things he's got to do, you know. He's getting everything ready for winter, you know.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Look, I'm glad you got to hear the harmonica song of my time in recruitment in the Australian Army. I'm rapt that you heard that. I loved my army, but I also loved my freedom too, Mac. I'm glad I served. I'm glad I did my basic training. I'm glad I got to compartmentalize all of the challenges and all the challenges that one gets in one's life. And military training taught me how to compartmentalize. I'll never forget that. But being a hippie and being into free and the good life is also important to me too. I've always loved being a hippie.
I wouldn't take nothing for our hippie days back during the days when, love, it was so kind and gentle, and the flower people, I loved every one of them. I loved the music of that period of time. And you got to keep in mind, during those days, it was like peaceful protesting, the music about the war in Vietnam, and they were protesters, and people found in the misery of a war the ability to have love, you know, to be loved and bring forth beautiful music. Even though the negativity of the Vietnam War, it did spawn beautiful music from the need to bring people together. And that's
Mac,
yes.
I really hope that what you just said then gets turned into a short, because what you just talked then was absolutely spot the fuck on. I'm so glad I know you, old Mac. I'm so glad.
You bring so much to the show when you come in here. People actually tune in to see old Mac so they can see Dave.
Yeah, I know. I didn't put the StreamYard through my chat this time. I've been on the chat for a while. I said that I would, but I didn't end up doing it because, you know, a lot of the people who are bona fide, they've already subscribed to you because they just love what you're about, man. You've got history in bucket loads. And what do we want to hear about when we're watching YouTube? Stories. We need to be entertained, and it's not easy being the entertainer, coming up with things always to entertain an audience. But mostly, we were okay.
I think we're all looking for that little bit of relaxation for the soul. You know, we live in a world where everything is pulling against us. You know, you went up there today stressfully about your eye. It should not be a stressful thing, but all the stress the bureaucracy puts on human beings, it's good to come over and just kick back and relax and say anything you want to. You know, you've always got a place where you can come and vent your frustrations of the day, or and share the wonderful joys of the day. You know, there's so much. It's not always dull and negative. There's a lot of positivity.
Oh, look, there certainly is. And I had a very positive day, really. I had a mixed day with both positive and negative. And the positive was the wonderful ride I had. You know, I was so fortunate to jump on my Harley Davidson and flat down the road. And I didn't have any cameras with me. I couldn't film it, but it was definitely for me to remember what I love about. I'm just looking at your picture. It must be you. I think it's you at the back of the flag, peeking over the flag.
Yeah,
it's funny. It looks funny. That's you. Yeah. It looks funny. You're peeking over the top of the flag. I had to say something. That's all. But I had a good day, Mac. I saw the best in human behaviour, and I saw the worst in human behaviour, and I got a glimpse into a microcosm of society for a moment, and I chose to ride away on my Harley rather than enter into it. And I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for what my Harley gives me. My Harley allows me to move forward in my life. And that's no mean, that's, I mean, man, what can you say about that, you know? That's huge, Mac. That my bike can propel me into the future.
absolutely.
Without my bike, I don't know. I just don't want to think about without my bike. Does that make sense?
Guess where I'm going to be riding in less than a month? Well, about a month from now. I'm going to be on Route 66. I'm going to be, and I will make a lot of videos. There's a place Angelique and I, we like to stop and eat over there by, I believe, Albuquerque, New Mexico, on Route 66. And we always eat at the same place. We love it, whether it's lunch, dinner, or whatever. It's a diner that was there when I traveled Route 66 in 1956. That diner was there. And it's still there today, and it's beautiful. It's well preserved. And
yeah. Please tell the story. Please tell the story when you're there, Mac. Not everybody gets Midwest America. Nobody gets it. Oh, it's not the right thing to say. Not all of us Australians understand Midwest America. We don't. We understand the Twin Towers. We understand Hollywood. We understand the glitz and the glam. We don't understand the struggle. You know, Quentin Tarantino's been good. He's brought the the idea of the slavery past of America up in.
Django. Yeah, the movie Django.
I love Django. I'll always call it Django. I'll always pronounce the D, even though it's silent.
The movie, they kept saying the D is silent.
Yeah, I know. I love pronouncing the D into Django. I love Django. I love that movie. I love what he was talking about. I love what's his name? Don Hopkins, maybe, who played Big Daddy in the he played Big Daddy.
That was Don Johnson.
Don Johnson, that's him, and he played Big Daddy, you know, and I really loathed DiCaprio's role. He was an evil, slithery person of a man. Old Calvin Candy. What a horrible human being. And good on Quentin Tarantino for bringing that film to an Australian audience. You know, a little bit of history that I'm reluctant to talk about, because when I see you riding through that country, that's the very country that, you know, poor old, when I see those trees in Florida and Mississippi, those trees with the old man's beard growing all over them, you know, it's a airborne plant that grows in the trees.
It's called Spanish moss.
Spanish moss. So it's everywhere in the south of America, and you can just see those poor chained Negroes. And
sweet
look, I mean, we as Australians, we have no idea of the atrocities that happened in America. We have absolutely no idea, because we're still trying to battle through the atrocities that happened to our own people in colonisation of Australia. It was a rough time for the First Nation people. There's no doubt about it. And I know that for the American, Afro-American, it was a rough time for them when they first started out too. And I've been interested in that, and I didn't really know how to broach that subject with my American friends, and about their past, and where these guys are living now is tattered and stained with. I can just the movie Roots just rings all the way, alarm bells, if you know what I mean. The horrors of the cotton farmers and the but I'm just a dumb Australian who has only been shown it through film and the depiction by filmmakers who've tried to prove a point. I have no idea of America's past, recent past, but I'm fascinated by it. Maybe that's just because I care for the disadvantaged, or I have no idea. But America's past is interesting, as probably for you Australia's past is, you know, with the treatment of the Indigenous First Australian, and what a joy it is today to see the Indigenous First Australian graduate from a university with high distinction honours, as it would be for Americans who traditionally suffered. The Indian who gets the doctorate is such a wonderful celebration of your nation. You know, when a First Nation person gets a high academic accolade, it's a wonderful thing to see.
Do you know?
Sorry.
Do you know where New Venuta? Do you know the country New Venuta? It's an island nation.
No, I don't. I'm sorry, Mac.
It used to have another name. That's where the Bounty, the mutiny on the Bounty, it went into Bounty Bay, and that's where there's 54 original descendants of the mutiny of the Bounty. And I talked to, they got a ham station down there, and I've talked to 4 of the original. I talked to 4 of the 54 survivors, ancestors of the mutiny of the Bounty on Bounty Bay.
There you go.
It's been, the name's been changed to New Venuta, but it used to have another name. And what happened is,
what area of the earth are we talking about?
Like east of Australia, up above, like heading towards America.
New Caledonia.
It'd be off the coast of Indonesia up in there. There's islands. It's an island.
Java, Sumatra. I'm thinking of Java and Sumatra. I'm thinking of.
It had another name. I've got cards where I talked to them. They said,
I think I know the area that you're talking about. At least it's just south of the equator.
What they've done, they went over there and took the people, Australia did, off the island, a lot of them, and what was happening, they was breeding out their strain. In other words, they had rules, no more than cousins or second cousin could marry, because on that
because
island,
they wanted to breed out the white. They wanted to introduce the white. Yep, same thing in Australia.
Yeah, when they crashed over there, they eventually come and got Christian Fletcher or whatever his name was, and took him back to England and hung him. But
Christian Fletcher.
Yeah, they left him on.
Exactly right.
They left him on they left all the people on the island. Well, all they had was them, and nature being the way it is, there was too much close breeding, and finally Australia came in and was able to, give them some guidance in that direction there. So, but I cannot.
An incredible story. And to
remember.
speak to some of the remaining people who were descendants.
Yeah, 4 of them.
Yeah, the four descendants. That's incredible, old mate.
Look right here. Look here, Pitcairn Island. Look, see right here. Rod knows right here. I'll bring it up here. This is what now. Remember that.
Rod B is our quintessential academic.
Man,
by the way,
I can't remember. I just remember New Venuta, but now Pitcairn Island. I mean, when I talked to them, the numbers were going down because of age. Naturally, was eliminating people, and
I get that.
But what a wonderful thing to be able to talk to somebody, because that movie, The Mutiny on the Bounty, was such an awesome movie. And then
Fletcher Christensen, for sure, mate.
Didn't even know it had a real roots to it. I just thought it was a Hollywood thing, and
but it wasn't. It was based on a true story.
Yeah, when I became a helm operator, I was able to talk to the people on Carrion Island, and that was beautiful. I really enjoyed that. I got a lot of cards from them, and hey, riding on Ruby.
You can always trust our resident academic, Rod B, and Riding on Ruby. Riding on Ruby is an academic. He'll say he isn't, but he is. The man is, how you going, Riding on Ruby? Have you finished the diesel? No, you'd be 9 o'clock. You probably finished the diesel run, I'd say. All the kids are in school, so you've got the afternoon shift to go. That's the plight of the school bus driver, old Mac. They've got a split shift.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not nice. I hate split shifts. But Riding on Ruby, it's been his life. He knows it. He's comfortable with it. He knows he's got a certain amount of time in the afternoon to have a bit of a siesta, and then it's back to work. But
would you like to hear a little story, Dave, about old Route 66?
yeah, I would actually.
Okay.
Not that I'm ever going to ride it.
Oh, who knows? When you get to America, we might take you out there. My mother, she went to the West, and I was in the Army. And then when I got out, I went directly headed towards the West, and I got on old Route 66, and she, meanwhile, I had got her a job in California at a place called Four Corners. And in the old days, Route 66 went up through there. That's where Highway 395 and Highway 58 comes together. It was called Four Corners, and she worked at a Four Corners cafe. And my mother started off as working in the kitchen washing dishes. But when they found my mother could make cornbread, my mother started making Southern cornbread. And the Borex miners, you remember the show, the 20 Mule Team Borex? Well,
I do. Yeah, Borex.
The Borex mines is right there. All the miners would come in to the Four Corners Cafe, and they would want my mother's cornbread. Then they found that my mother could make these big biscuits, and then she began to make biscuits. Next thing you know, she's in there cooking Southern food, and so she cooked for them for a number of years, but eventually moved back to Alabama. Well, in 2017, I came down through there and I stopped at the Four Corners Cafe. I went in, and there was a young lady working there, and I said, "Is the owner of the place?" She said, "Yes, she is." I said, "Could I speak to her?" And she said, "If she's not too busy, I'll go get her." Well, pretty soon here come this lady who's probably in her 50s, and I said, "Well, way too young to be, I remember 1956." And she said, "No, that's my mother. My mother." I said, "My mother worked for your mother." And she said, "Who was your mother?" And she said, "Oh my God, when I was a little girl, I would come into the kitchen and your mother would be making biscuits, and she'd pinch me off a piece of dough and give it to me, and I would bake it on the stove." I made a video in the restaurant that my mother worked there 50 years earlier. She worked at that place.
What a beautiful story, Mac.
It was
what an absolutely beautiful story. And how joyful it is for that young lady to remember a childhood memory. Just at that's a childhood memory sparked by a conversation has to be one of the most. It's better than winning the lottery, I think.
She was so afraid of the miners. The miners were all, like when you went up into Kimberly's up there, they're mining people. They have their own way.
Yeah, they're rough. They're rough.
Rough, that's right. And she was so afraid of them. My mother gave her additional security. Not only did she have her mom, but she had my mom to be like a second mom to her, because she was afraid of them, because she's a little girl and she was afraid of them big old burly miners in there. All of them, they all have the same attitude, whether you're mining gold.
Yeah. It was safer to stay in the kitchen. It was safer for the kid to stay in the kitchen with your mum, and get a cookie and learn how to do home economics, because your mum would have been all about that, educating the young.
My mom had 10 children, so she knew what a child needed, And when she
education, guidance.
She'd give her that dough and she'd pat it in her hand, and then she'd bake it on the stove and turn it over and eat that bread. She loved. This is a story I would never got to, if I had not took the opportunity to stop there in 2017 to be able to meet the daughter of the original owner that my mother worked for.
You know what, Mac? That's worthy. That's worthy. If it's not a long trip, that's worthy of a ride and a little bit of a documentation of that story. I don't know. Look, you guys, you're just sucking me into America. You know, I really, really, really want to go there. You know, I want to hang out with Sick Bastard. I want to listen to some Grateful Dead. I reckon 2 days will be enough. And then I want to go again. I love the Grateful Dead.
You know what I want you to do? When you land in Tampa, Florida, I want you to walk down in the middle of the main thoroughfare, you know, where you're walking out, and sit down there and put your head on the floor and break the harmonica out.
Well, this Australian, he is here right now. He wants to get a silver dime. He wants to buy a rock and roll. He wants to ride. He wants to roll. He wants to rock and roll. He gonna play for you. He gonna give you that Australian blues. He goes. And if it wasn't for listening as a young man to Sonny Terry and Brownie McGee, I wouldn't have the style I've got today. Thank you, Sonny Terry. Thank you very much for Mississippi Delta Blues, because I couldn't play the harmonica if I hadn't listened to that music. As a young man, I listened to the but then as an old man, I've discovered Appalachian music, and I just love it, old Mac. I love Appalachian music. I love nothing more than a snap and turtle stew and biscuits and gravy. I got to have me some biscuits and gravy and a snap and turtle stew. And then I know I've lived. That's all I can say. Give me a snap and turtle stew.
You know,
and
when you
biscuits on gravy.
Now, when you get to Florida, they eat the turtle, they eat the alligator. You can go to restaurants there and you can get your alligator. It is delicious. I mean, it comes in little chunks, and they only use.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
You
I've
don't
eaten
like
it. I don't like it.
But you
I
had
don't
it.
like it. I've had
Have
it.
But
We
have you
sell
had
it in Australia. Crocodile. You can keep it. Fucking
have
sweet chicken. I don't like it.
but have you had it southern?
Well, then, no, I haven't. I do declare I have not had my alligator southern fried. I do declare.
Rob knows my coop is empty.
Fuck, it's a joy talking to you, old Mac. I know 2-4's listening in the background, lurking in the background, but fuck, it's good talking to you. I'm so glad I got to play you a little bit of my songs. There's going to be a bit more of a movement on Dave's channel towards my own music. I'm getting some strikes, and I'm getting some problems with my videos. So if I play my own music, I'm not going to get that problem. And look, it's a little bit like when you watch Star Wars and you hear the music of Star Wars, and then if you don't watch Star Wars and hear the music of Star Wars, it's just another classical music piece.
Yeah.
But if you have vision to go with the sound, it does something to the music, and it does something to the vision. There's something about my jams that I had with my mate, where we would just, to change the song, Mac, we'd change instruments so we get a new song. because that's how we made a new song, by changing instruments. And some of the music's all right, man. Some of the music, okay, it's not Taylor Swift, and it's not, you know, dear old Nazareth, but I had a crack at making my own music, and I want to bring that out because I don't want to get the bloody stupid copyright strikes all the time when I want to produce a video. Anyway,
Yeah.
rah 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 rah.
Absolutely.
Been good chatting with you, old Glory.
Yeah, put your music in your background when you're riding. You know, when you're out there in the wind, you can take and bring your music into the background, your own music, and ain't nothing they can say about that.
And that's what I'm going to just start doing. So I've started a new video using my own music. It's just, I'm, you know, when you get winded by a punch in the guts, you know, and you keel over, you got punched in the guts, and you keel over. I'm sort of recovering from that. YouTube punched me in the guts. I spent, I think, 26, I know it was longer than a day, maybe 28 hours editing a video, and I got punched in the guts. He can't monetize this video, blah, 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 because it's got the stupid AI music that you didn't think of. I get it, right? I haven't paid the subscriptions. I haven't done this, that, and the other. I've just got old downloaded music. I guess when you pay the subscription, there's a little flag that tells copyright that it's okay. He's paid the money, rah, rah, rah. He's got the rights to use this. And then when the subscription ends, well, you don't have the rights to use that music anymore. And YouTube puts a strike on your video. And the problem is that some countries can't see the video. That's the biggest problem. And you want to share your stuff with the world, you know? You want the whole world to see it. I love the fact that someone in Siberia can watch me ride down the Nullarbor Plain in Australia. I really fucking think that turns that excites me, Mac, when I can have a video that I'm riding on my bike and someone in Siberia is watching me ride my bike in Australia. It just, you know, and they're in a -8 degrees. They're stuck in a house, yet they can ride in Australia with me. And I think that's amazing.
Let me show you something, Dave. You've got fans everywhere, but this little fellow, if you can see him come running up, let me see. I'll get it where you can see it. Uh-oh.
I can see something on your phone. Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah, little old mate.
This little fella he come running up there and said, "Who's killing the cats when you was playing the harmonica?"
Who's killing the cats? You know what, old Mac? You know, that's another, you know, just then, that's another short, just there, no. That's another short, right there. Who's killing the cats? The little dog. Who's killing the cats when you're playing the harmonica, man? That's just another short. You know, just serendipitous stuff, old Mac. That's absolutely wonderful. Anyway, I'm sorry that old Mac has sick bastard hasn't joined us.
Where is Sick this morning? He should be in here.
Who knows? Who knows with Bong Hits Brown? Bong Hits Brown could be anywhere in town. Hopefully he's out on his fucking FXR going fucking Red Rider. you know, because this lady got on my Softail Slim the other day in Fremantle, and I showed her how it was to be on a Harley. And then when I tried to start the Harley up again, it coughed and sparted and fucking didn't like the fact that I had a woman on the bike. Isn't that funny? It actually reacted badly because I had someone else on the bike. They must have twisted the throttle and flooded the carburetor.
Yeah, a little
But
jealous.
anyway, it didn't matter. It was all cool. I got through it in the end. But when I tried to start up the bike and it didn't start up, I was saying, "What the hell did you do to my bike? What did you say to her?" And then the bike fired up and it was all right. But the poor girl was a bit worried in the beginning. It was funny, old Mac. It was funny. But yes, I'm regretting I didn't film any of that interaction because it was actually quite a good interaction with the general public, and it was very film worthy. But I wasn't in the right minds to run the camera, and I'm upset for that because it was actually gold footage. But you know, I should have somewhere had the camera running somewhere, but I didn't. But as it happened, I saw a bike that was like my mum's. Oh, old Mac, don't worry. When I get to hang out with my mum, I'm going to do a live, and you get to meet my mum.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be nice.
Yeah. Well, not too fucking nice. She's my mother. You know, I don't want to be calling you dad. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna lay down the rules. I mean, I won't be calling you dad, old Mac.
You call me old Mac Daddy.
Yeah, hey, you'd love her to bits, man. She's the best woman in the world. She loves the right things. She loves her 883 Sportster. For as long as I've known her, so we're going back to 1996. So 1996, she formally adopted me and rings me every week without failure. Since 1996, she's been ringing me, and we have a contact. Now, I put her on an aircraft. I just bought this new Sportster, and she was a Sportster rider. So I just bought this new Sportster. I put her on an aircraft. I said, all you got to do is take the bus to the airport, show your identification, and you board the plane, and I'll pick you up in Perth. So 5-hour flight from Brisbane to Perth. So we have a magazine over here that she loves dearly called Live to Ride. And it's very much a biker culture magazine. And you can buy it at the newsagent, the newsstand and everything. Rah, rah, rah. Anyway, so one of the main photographers of that magazine was in the car with me, taking photos of her arrival and taking photos of her and making a bit of a big deal. We're talking 8 or 9 years ago now, maybe 10 years ago now, where internet wasn't a thing at all. Live streaming hadn't even been invented. And so she's getting exposure as a woman biker, a mature woman biker of her own right, with her own patches on her back and, you know, or on her front. I don't think she wore a back patch, but she had she had the Hog membership back patch. You know, so it wasn't all outlaw, but she was definitely representing. She was out of her comfort zone, man. She had come to the other side of the country, and I put her on the Sportster that I just bought because I still had the Road King. And I preferred the Road King anyway. The Sportster was just a stupid buy. You know how sometimes you just buy something, you don't really need it, but you buy it anyway because, well, you like it. It's just a stupid. It was one of those stupid buys, but I loved my little sports stuff.
Let me get Sick in here. Here goes Sick. Click that link, buddy. Come on in here.
Anyway, so the story went that my mum is 3.5 hours flight away from where I am in Australia. But it turns out with the winds, it's 5 hours. So my mum is 5 hours away. Hey, sick bastard, we're in the middle of a story. Do you want to say hello?
Good morning.
Have you had enough cones already?
Not yet.
God bless. Good morning, sick. I'm in the middle of a story if you want to hear it.
I want to hear.
Okay. So we're talking about in 1996 when you were just a lad. You know, you were a young boy in 1996, and Mac was a younger man too. And Mac was a younger man. So 1996, I was adopted by this woman who called me as her own because I had a Norton Commando. I was all that because I had a Norton Commando. And anyway, they're awful bikes, Norton Commandos. I know that.
Oh, they're not good? I thought
Norton Commandos are shit.
I thought
they fucking fall apart. They're fucked up bombs. They don't know how to make a bike. Now, good old American Steel, there you go. She holds the test of time. Poor old Brits, mate. Every time you went for a ride on that Norton Commando, there's bloody something else would rattle loose.
Oh,
fucking hell. It was a heap of shit. It was a heap of shit. And I know that the chat's screaming now, but that's all right. I'll call it how it was, mate. The bike I had was a heap of fucking shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mum loved me. Mum adopted me. And as it's turned out, now in 2024, there's not a week that goes by that she doesn't ring me. And this woman a couple of years ago, maybe 8 or 9 years ago, I said, look, go to the desk at the airport, show your license, and you can board the plane and I'll pick you up in Western Australia. And I'll put you on the brand new sports that I rode. So we'll go off to a bike run where predominantly we're thinking about our lost loved ones. And that's what the bike run's about. It's about suicide prevention. Now, I knew her daughter before I knew the mum. And the daughter committed suicide. And so I thought we should really bring her over so she can have a ride on a nice bike and remember the good times of her child and let it go in a way. And it was very cathartic. It was very cathartic for her, you know. Jump on a big airplane, jump on a motorcycle and ride all day with a pack of bikers. I think the pack was maybe 60 strong, quite a big pack of bikes. And, it was a bit like family getting together, and which is the sort of same thing that happens at Forgotten Angels. It's family down there, you know. A small and intimate family gathering is what I'm going to call Forgotten Angels Camp Out number 8. Is a small and intimate family gathering. You know, would you agree, Sick?
Oh, absolutely.
It was a small and intimate family gathering. I mean, it's good to see you with your brother there, with the dreadlocks on his Sportster.
Yeah, man.
What a lovely brother. Sorry, Brett.
Jake, he's amazing.
Sick, I'm gonna have Dave when he gets his joint lift there. We're gonna have him you missed out on the greatest tune a while ago. He played his harmonica for us, and I want to help him when he's ready to play you a harmonica tune.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, here we go. Here we go. He's getting ready here.
Well, going downtown to see recruiting. Well, to learn about some fancy shooting. Gonna cut me. I've lost it. I'm so sorry. But I do go into a bit of a song there, Sick. I'm so sorry, but it was
Very nice,
actually,
David.
there you go. That's my harmonica playing.
Very
He
nice.
sang the whole recruiting. He did the whole thing about young recruit going in and into the army and all that kind of stuff. And
Very nice.
it was really
I'll get
good.
it in a minute, Mac. I'll get it in a minute. Just you put me on the spot, you bugger.
Boy,
But no, you know, old Mac,
it's only the
old Mac,
world.
I can be a performing seal. I can be the performing seal. I don't mind. I really don't mind. I mean, if Matt can pull a bong, I can be the performing seal. If Dick Marsden can pull a bong, I can be the performing seal. I don't mind.
Oi. Oh.
That's it, Sick. Nah, morning. Good morning, brother. Good to catch you.
One in the books. Oh shit.
Oh, look right here. Rod said, "Sick bastard blues."
Bastard.
That's
it.
Actually,
Yeah.
Actually, that was a little better harmonica playing than before. I think, Mac. I think there was some nice stuff there before. Just then there was some nice harmonica. Then I get a bit nervous, Sick. I get stage fright with my music. I don't know what it is.
So does Moto. Moto does the same thing. He gets stage fright.
Yeah, Moto.
Now more so.
Yeah,
I get in stage fright. Or I'd have the fucking guitar out now, you know. I'd have us all doing barbershop, for God's sake, and writing fucking verses, you know, talking about, you know, W fucking Burlette.
Yeah.
You know, jumping over the bloody river. I mean, why? That's the sort of stuff I'd be doing if I had the gumption. But I just don't have the gumption. You know, I'd love to have a story about Floyd Plotz. I tried my fucking hardest, old Mac, to do a song about Floyd Plotz. I even got Motorboom to write some lyrics. It still might happen. There is somewhere some lyrics by Motorboom and myself about in response to your video about Floyd Plotz. we made some lyrics to make a song about Floyd Plotz. And I know the guy's dead. I know the guy's not here. I don't know where he is. But your recollection of him and the way you told the story, it, there was Emilio Estefan and Young Guns.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sick.
I
You
remember
had
that.
Emilio Estefan as the
Yeah.
lead role. It was just brilliantly spoken, and how they battled against unfavorable odds and won. And it was they were very unfavorable odds. They were pitted against a wagon of cowboys, and they still came out victorious. And a wonderful, wonderful story. What do you reckon, Mac? Just listening to that.
Floyd, last time I saw him, he was heading towards Laramie, Wyoming. And I often thought, I wonder how his life turned out. What he could become who would have thought when we was out there fighting cowboys that one of these days I'd be in engineering at a large aircraft corporation working for the
exactly, Mac. Exactly. Exactly. But you know what? Had you not gone and braved the shackles of your family life and gone out into the wide world, you would never have probably got that opportunity that presented itself. Had you... There is a reason for everything. The good Lord knows what our reason is. We just have to live it and trust that it's the right path. Here I am talking to Sick Bastard in Gainesville, Florida. The Lord has brought us together, mate. For whatever the fuck reason it is, I have no idea. But here I am in my small little phone talking to fucking Gainesville, Florida. That's mad. Absolutely mad.
Crazy, right?
Medicine.
It's crazy mad. It's crazy, crazy mad. Sick bastard. And it's not lost on me, man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the passport. But talking like this is bullshit. I need to be in your house and being inundated with more dead until I say that's enough already.
Absolutely.
Can we go for a ride already?
I know. I got a bike here for you.
Yeah, I know, brother. I know you have.
I gotta change my pod. I gotta fucking let the dog in. Where's the
I know.
dog?
Just do your chores, man. It's good to be that you're in the background. I know you can hear us raving. Old Mac, I love your channel. How you've made it so easy for me to connect with just decent human beings in our world. And I just want to connect.
Did you see 6 foot yesterday? Did you see his foot?
No, I didn't. I don't want to see his foot. I know it's bad.
It's bad.
Have you seen my eye? I did my eye thing on my live.
Oh,
I actually blew up the camera, and I was just awful, absolutely awful. I've got some problems, old Mac, and I'm getting some right answers where they're backing me up, and I think it's what happens to me when I go under surgery. The old cancer that's in my body just pops up somewhere else. It's just a horrible thing, the old cancer. And it just is a nasty thing, and now it's in me eye. It was in me hand, now it's in me bloody eye. So I've got to get that taken out, That's going to take me off the road for a little bit, but I'm not that worried. It's not the end of Dave. It's just a little hiccup on the road, And I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it's cancer because everything that the doctors have thrown at it have just made it worse.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Thank you. It does suck, sick bastard, but I'm the sick bastard, and you're claiming the name.
So you think the eye's cancer?
Yep, I think the eye's cancer. That's my gut feeling.
Yeah, but you can't think like
everything they've thrown at me to try and fix it has exacerbated it. Which then leads me back to the old when I talk to some occupational health. That's terrible. When I talk to some occupational health and safety people, they told me if your scars and wounds don't heal, well, hang on a minute. Maybe. And this was time where I was working in a chemical factory and none of my scars and sores were healing. So I was riddled with cancer from the chemical factory because they didn't extract their chemicals with a lawful dust extractor to remove all the residue in the area that we were working in. So no matter what substandard PPE we had, which was gloves and a dust mask, what we needed was a sperm suit to go into that area, a sperm whale suit, which is fully enclosed. You have your oxygen coming through you in a mask at the back, and so that's what we should have been in. And I argued the point, and 4 years later, they just told me to shut up and go away.
I want
Here's some money.
You shoot her ass.
Money. Yeah, here's some money. Shut up and go away. And silly me took the money. But I could have been Eric Brockovich. I'm sick. I could have been Eric Brockovich. I had the makings of Eric Brockovich, Mac. They could have made a movie out of me. Yeah. But none of my co-workers wanted a bar of it. They were all frightened. They didn't have the tenacity of 4 years waiting for a payday. But I'm glad I stuck it out. I believed in what I researched was correct, and big business can fuck you up pretty quick smart. But if you're smarter than them, and it was their mistake that they employed a forklift driver with a university degree. Actually, that's what it came down to. A forklift driver with a university degree who is able to collate research. And I'm bloody glad for it because I've got 2 beautiful motorcycles sitting in my garage now that wouldn't be there if I didn't have the tenacity and strength to go on and take on a multinational company poisoning their workers. And that's what they were doing.
That's what they were doing.
You put us in a working. You put us in a work environment and you try and kill us. You don't want to go to work, and then you preach to us. You preach to us every month with the health and safety toolbox meetings that report anything that's wrong. And well, how about your dust extractors not working at all?
Yeah,
but that just goes. Did
they make change to the law?
They closed the whole factory down. It was scrapped today, shut down. So what a shutdown is essentially is they take all the infrastructure and they put it into a skip bin and it's taken away. And it's brushed under the carpet. But luckily I got in before that happened. And there were probably big wigs in Germany that were freaked out and told, do it, just kill him. Then no more troubles. Just kill him.
Make him quiet.
So sick bastard, right? This is a funny one. And Mac too. This is the last thing I'll say on the issue. So around my house during the time waiting for the payout, I had lots of people taking photos of me. from vantage points afar. And one time there was this guy in the car park in dark tinted windscreen, and he had his cameras at his passenger seat. All his cameras were there. And I walked down to his car, and he had his sort of window just down enough for me to talk to him. And I said, "Oh, are you taking photos of the playground over there?" He rolled his window up and got out of there as quick as possible. So that was a lovely thing, because it was a public park and they had a playground over there. So I had to say something, man. I had to say something and fuck him up, you know. And the guy, you know, was trying to take photos of me. I never wore any high vis. I never worked. I was fucked. They had basically put.
Oh, they were trying to see if you were working.
Yeah, caustic soda
into my lunch. Double dipping.
Yeah, because so many people do, sick.
Well, yeah. Not
Anyway, it was futile. It was futile. I'm sure the investigator charged the full price for the photos and the embarrassment of being found out. I don't think he put that into the report so he can keep his job as a private investigator, but he got found out, you know. Fucking idiot. Taking photos of me. And always, every day, sick, there was a drone up above my house. Always a drone. Yeah, look, I had a really nasty case that was against a multinational company, and they didn't like it. And they threw everything at poor old Davey. But Davey had his stupid arts degree, you know, painting pictures and disseminating academic text. And they asked, and in disseminating academic text, you have to learn how to research. So you research an argument to form to counter what the text is about. And that skill of gathering research helped me in my claim. I just transferred the skills, man. And the poor old lawyers and the insurance companies didn't fucking stand a chance when I asked the question, why did your company employ through a labour hire company cigarette smokers? Was that to mask the symptoms of your aluminium sulfate within your factory that wasn't being captured by your dust extractors that weren't working? And then they decided to pay me out because they couldn't answer that question. That's what they were doing. They were basically employing cigarette smokers so they could mask the symptoms. Cigarette smoking is the same as breathing in toxic fumes.
Yeah, so they were hiring them so that they could blame it on cigarette smoking instead of
so they could blame it on the cigarette smoking, because I'd done my due diligent research and saw that the symptoms from inhaling aluminium sulfate are similar to cigarette smokers. So obviously the chemists of the factory would have done that similar research and found that same link and thought, you know, this is how we get out of it, mate. We've only got 14 months. Just get a bunch of smokers in there to fucking make up the fucking product. But no, they weren't going to renew my contract, so I fucked them in the ass. I don't mean to swear like that, old Mac. I'm so sorry. But it was a good win, you know. It was a hard fought win. 4 years of them saying no, no, and then them saying, "Oh, we're so sorry, Mr. Van Beek. Please don't say a word again." So I haven't mentioned the company.
I think what Dave meant to say, he screwed the pooch.
Oh yeah, and that's how I got to retire a bit earlier. You know, instead of 67, I got to retire at 50. And my health isn't the best, though. My health is suffering. I have issues with all sorts of parts of my body, as you've all seen. But I'm trying to live every day the fullest, old Mac. Praise be to Lord Jesus Christ. You know, I'll live you know, and there you go, chat. Just as much as taking away from the multinational Germans, I'll say praise Jesus Christ that I had the fucking tenacity. Old Mac loves that harmonica. Pulling up to the station. All aboard!
All aboard!
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your travel on Dave's Channel Railway, where we aim to please. There you go, old man.
Yeah. That was so good. Yeah, I used
I'm
to
glad, brother.
all the old train songs that was done on harmonica. They could make that old train sound that sounded just like the old steam way off in the distance. That was a beautiful sound. When I was a little boy, we knew every train that was coming by the sounds and the whistles, the old steam train days. Would take nothing.
It's a beautiful story, Mac. As I rapture another vape, I shouldn't smoke and wreck my lungs from my harmonica playing, because it does bring a lot of joy to people. But me smoking just, lessens that time that I can play.
That's
But
true.
Saying that, I'm glad that my harmonica playing evoked those memories of your youth. It's the same rhythm, and had it not been for your forebears, Sonny Terry, Brownie McGee in the 30s, and listening to that music, Sonny Terry, ain't that just so mellow, Sick? Ain't that just so mellow?
It is mellow. I like that.
Hey, Sick.
Yeah,
You like Sick? You like Cheech and Chung, right? I know you do. I saw your bong.
Yeah.
I saw your bong. I'll pet that dog.
One time they had a feature artist. He said, "We're going to bring on tonight a feature musician. His name is Blind Melon Chitlin." And
Shut up, Max. Shut up. I got it right. I got it. I go downtown, gonna see my girl. I gonna show her my ding dong. I going downtown, gonna show her my ding dong. Blind Melon Chitlin.
There's something wrong with you, man. Dave.
Blind Melon Chitlin. You're going to show him his ding dong. You're going to go downtown. You're going to see his girl. Mac.
So
that's the one you were talking about, weren't you?
Yeah, yeah. One time they was bringing him on, and they said, "Go ahead and take it away, Blind Melon," and it was like this. And old Chung said the Cheech said the harmonica back in his lips.
Damn.
Blind Melon Chitlin. I haven't heard that in ages, old Mac. Thank you for reminding me of Blind Melon Chitlin. And Sister Mary Elephant.
You remember
Sister Mary Elephant. It's funny as fucking shit. Funny.
Yeah, there's some good stuff today. Did I tell you about a journey I took one time? Wife number 3 and we went to Haight-Ashbury. And guess who we saw play in concert at Haight-Ashbury?
Oh, Grateful Dead would have had to have been.
Janis Joplin, Big Brother and the Holding Company.
Oh, man, they're the dudes. Oh, Ball and Chain, Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? You got to make it until you try. You got to make it till you can. What was that song by Janis?
Woman Blues. I like that one.
God, she was an ugly thing, wasn't she? Old Janis Joplin. No one loved her.
I did. I loved her music. When we saw, hey, listen to this. The day we was there at the park, there was 5 or 6 other European bands there, and nobody had ever heard of them. They went on to be great. I'm talking about big names after that. But we was there when there was a fledgling little group. And
yeah, I know, old Mac.
It was a wonderful.
Bands like not so much the Beatles, but I'm sort of thinking of Led Zeppelin. Though Led Zeppelin years later were huge in America. But, the Yardbirds and those bands that poor old Ed Sullivan tried to have a crack at making them famous. And, they were the favour of the month for the night, And then because of the wild hair and the expression on the guitar and all of that sort of stuff. But they were short-lived, But when the bands really came through, like the bands we were talking about, boy, what a, for a young fella to switch over the old Opry and listen to Bill Haley, singing a rocket around the clock. And, man, it must have been an eye-opening time for you back in those times.
We watched the whole range of music as it ebbed and flowed, from the deepest Southern blues to the most classical concert music. Some of the great bands, early bands, all the way into the new thing called rock and roll. About 1953. In 53, I was 13 years old, and God Almighty, rock and roll come to be.
Thank God.
I mean, you'd agree, Sick, wouldn't you, that some of the old black music from Mississippi is pretty depressing?
Well, some of it.
That's all I needed to hear. That's all I needed to hear.
Some of it is really like, wow, man, down there, bro.
Oh, yeah. No, some of it's great.
Talk about and stuff. Before I forget, David, I want you to, I'm sure you've heard of him, but I want you to check out Jeff Healey.
Okay, hold on. Let me write it down. I've got a pen. Jeff, I've got my little...
We went to a concert of a new group that was just getting together. They call themselves The one boy had the big lips. They called themselves the Rolling Stones, and Keith Richards was a kid.
Wow.
To see Keith when he was a young man, and we were there when he was a young man with that big lip boy, Mick Jagger.
Yeah, Mick Jagger with the big lips,
Yeah, with
Yeah.
the ruby lips, singing Sky Pilot. He would have been singing Sky Pilot to you in the audience.
David,
Oh, come on, sick. You must know that song, Sky Pilot.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, Sky
Pilot.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
fuck, it's Eric Burden and the Animals. It's not fucking,
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
it's Eric Burden.
Yeah.
And he didn't have the lips. Eric Burden didn't have the lips.
When Eric Bergman really came into being, as far as I'm concerned, is the House of the Rising Sun.
Oh, yeah. You know, with him, he's got his hair combed. Old Mac, he's got his hair combed. They're all in the 60s suits. And they're on their best behavior on the Ed Sullivan Show. And they were told like little schoolboys how to perform. You know, and that's how you're going to get the money. If you listen, follow this. And the stern hand, you could see in the film clip, the stern hand had been waved at the poor old Eric Burden and the Animals when they did House of the Rising Sun. There was no room for being wild. You know, you've got a it was successful though. It made them a lot of money as an English songwriter breaking into America, and the Americans loved it. They ate it up like a Madonna.
Did you like Dwayne Eddy, the way he could play the guitar? Dwayne Eddy would loosen them strings up, and oh man, he hit them bass notes. Dwayne Eddy, Rebel Rouser. If you don't know him, Dwayne Eddy.
No, I'm going Dwayne.
Oh, he's my hero, man. You know,
I'll tell you what, look, Recycled Hooligan has been emailing me some, look, I'd never heard of Appalachian Don, ever. Appalachian Don lives near you, old Mac. And Appalachian Don has, you know, 4-wheel drive and, you know, they've got the mud pool and, you know, they've got the snap and turtle fucking stew going, and it just sounds like it's total family idyllic, if that makes sense. And Appalachian Don's music is so southern and so
I'm back.
Old Glory first and foremost. G'day 2-4. Yeah, Old Glory first and foremost, you know.
Rod B knows Dwayne Eddy.
Dwayne Eddy.
Yeah,
no, it's baffled to me too.
You're a guitar picker, and Dwayne Eddy just made magic with the strings, you know. Oh my God, that music would, when he'd fire off there, it would make everybody in the crowd just go crazy, man. It's a Southern thing. It's all about the levels in the South.
Which is a dumb Australian I know little about. Old Mac, sick bastard, I know little about your Southern music. All I know is that Jacksonville is near where Sick lives, and there was a band out of Jacksonville called Molly Hatchet, and they wrote Flirting with Disaster and Whiskey Man.
Yeah.
he hates Molly.
Flirting with Disaster.
That's it, Flirting with Disaster. And I fucking love it. There's something about, you know, those boys doing a live concert in Jacksonville, that they were in their own home country, where they formed, and they just did their music better for some reason. And I'm giving a fair old crack to American music, and there's just so much of it. And poor old Australian music, you know, where we talk about, you know, the old kangaroo and, you know, the old truck driver who's battling on through the day, you know. He's got such a long way to go. No one wants to hear that, you know. No,
Well,
no.
So listen, the guy I gave you the name, Jeff Healey,
Yeah, Jeff Healey.
he's in Roadhouse.
Yeah, he was an awesome guitarist.
Ah, yeah, okay. So you're sort of saying Rycuda elk.
And he's
I mean, you
blind.
can't. I love Rycuda. So the music in Crossroads was just sensational.
Yeah.
The music in Crossroads got me playing harmonica. Had it not
Jeff
been
Healey
for
plays on his legs. He plays guitar.
yeah, with a pedal steel. He plays a pedal steel.
He uses a guitar though.
Yeah, I know the guitars he uses.
He's blind.
Oh yeah.
Blind, and he puts from what I understand, he can use a regular guitar, or he can use whatever that thing is called that they make
Pedal
for
steel.
that. Yes, that.
Yeah, pedal steel.
Pedal steel, yes. So yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm not in the camera, guys. I didn't mean to be not in the camera. Old Mac brought the cameras up, and I just had a look at where I'm not very
a little bit
what's
of
the
Dwayne.
word? Photogenic. There you go.
I played a little
Not
bit
like
of Dwayne.
Twofor. I mean, you know, look at Twofor. It's just an Anadonis on screen. There you go. Eh?
Oh boy.
Listen up just for a second. You might be able to hear some of the. Let me see if I can bring it up here. I'm going to stop now. That was Dwayne Eddy.
Dwayne Eddy?
Yeah.
So you know him personally? Oh, Mac.
No, I never did get to meet him. It was just a period of time in our life when Dwayne Eddy would just rock the South. You know, if he appeared anywhere and he did Rebel Rouser, it would bring the crowd completely wide awake. And
yeah, right. I mean, okay, so the meaning of why I talk about Molly Hatchet is that I have a long-term Australian friend who knew of Molly Hatchet as a young teenager, and it was like not very important music. And if you're an Australian that liked Molly Hatchet, well, you know. You sort of like you may as well join the Kiss Army.
Yeah, or like the Grateful Dead.
No, that's a different ball game, man. Grateful Dead is a whole new ball game.
You were the oddball out. You were behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, because you weren't listening to the right music. If you were a Molly Hatchet fan, you were seen as less than.
Yeah.
I don't think that was the way with Grateful Dead. I think Jerry had a universal message, man. Jerry was a messiah.
Yeah.
He was, man. And Jerry was a messiah.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to say that. The lyrics that he wrote are sick. They're very close to Bible verse, man. Yeah. I know that guy would have studied his religion, you know, like Hooligan does. You know, he would have. I know that different people.
Tears of Rage, and Senor. Those two songs like that. That's Jerry preaching.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. I mean, okay. Well, look, there's only one real album that I really know that I know back to front, and that's American Beauty. Okay,
Yeah.
it's got to be said that American Beauty is probably Grateful Dead's best album.
Yeah.
I think, from an Australian international point of view, American Beauty ticks all the boxes. It's got all the hits. It's even features Pig Pen.
Yeah.
Now, had I not been such into that album, from a few years now, I've been listening to that album. Long before I met you, Sick, I've been listening to that album and loving wholeheartedly that album. And it is nice to hear the new stuff. You know, the drums in Space is great. It's a wild ride, man. And I also love Hell in a Bucket. I fucking love it. I'm going to hell.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sorry, guys. I didn't mean that. Yeah, the old. Mind you, it is time for another bong hit. So I am going to have another bong hit. I'm sorry, old Mac. We've just taken over your channel with a Grateful Dead appreciation night.
This is our channel. I master of ceremonies. It's our channel.
But I must say, I love the red.
We got to watch your language. We got Connie here.
Oh, is Connie here? Oh, okay. Yep. No worries, Connie.
Lolly.
Oh.
Lolly is
okay. Well, I will say this though, old Mac. I love the red. I love the white. I love the red and white. I love the red and white. I love the red and white with a little bit of blue. And that's my Australian song about your old glory flag. I love the red and white. I love the red and white. It's going like down in you're reading text or you're reading a story, you're reading all the lines and you go down, I love the red and white. I love the red and white and that little bit of blue in the corner. Old glory with all the stars. I am definitely getting a love of America by hanging out with you guys, I must say. I don't know what it is, but I want to see I want to see David and Cindy's place. I want to say hello to David and Cindy, and I love your blueprint. I want to take it to Australia. And, I think David and Cindy will probably go, David, take it. Take the blueprint. Go with it. Run wild. Help these young Australians who predominantly are Indigenous and save their life. I know that David cares deeply about the Australian problems. And in Australia, we do have some really horrific problems within his care of his wheelhouse, which is foster care and juvenile justice. And I think David is a lot more than what is portrayed about him. I think his care about the recidivism, is that it? When a criminal what's the word when a criminal keeps committing crimes? Recidivism, or the recidivist criminal, and he's putting a stop to that, because young people will be more inclined to be recidivist criminals. And if they haven't been given the chances in life that he can give them, which is the blueprint that I want here in Australia. I think what he's doing in Florida is remarkable world over. And I think it's up to individuals who join the Shade Tree Army, who feel a calling. I don't know if I'm right or if I'm wrong here, but I've got it feels like Buck Brown breathing down my neck. I've got Sterling Wheel looking out. You know, I feel like my words can't be empty, man. They've got to be. So we've written a document, SIG.
Yeah.
And that document's going to be shown to a member of parliament for advice. Now, there's enough money in the state coffers to just buy some land. All we need to do is facilitate the project. You know, I gather a wage or a salary, a modest salary. I have another 8 or 9 workers with the logistics of the things garnishing a modest salary. It's only modest. And then we have the ability to make it stronger. That's the reality of it. We need to be remunerated for our efforts, and I don't believe there's anything wrong with that.
No, not at all.
Not when what's at stake is essentially a politician going up on national news and stating the statistics of the recidivist criminal activity among juniors or young. Well, you know, junior is up to 24 in Australia. So junior crime, or what do they call it? Juvenile crime, is, and that's what this government is intent on doing, is reducing recidivist, which is a really bad issue. And a politician would absolutely love to have that as their catch cry, please vote me in, because if you don't vote me in, then, you know, who's to know what the young'uns are going to do? They're going to come and burn your house down, man. Because, you know, the kids, the kids are all right by the Who. Hey, SIG. The kids are all right by the Who. That song. The kids are all right, and they're just burning down fucking
Kids
buildings.
are all right. Yeah.
And the kids are just burning down fucking buildings and everything.
Yeah.
Mac,
Hey,
sorry, brother.
leave them kids alone. Hey, leave them kids alone.
Yeah. Hey,
So what was it like?
kids
What was
alone.
it like in 1979, Mac, hearing Pink Floyd The Wall? I'd like to know your opinion. When you first heard Pink Floyd The Wall, what was it like for you?
I was 39 years old. I was in the middle of music was a way of life, and every turn that everything was based in music, you know, in my part of my world that I was in. They was so much good music in those periods of time. You remember when I turned 80, when I turned 40, that was in 1980, and there was a lot of good music by then. By 1980, you know, all the music had been refined, where it was, you know, no longer it was those foreign guys coming over here. It was all a part of the world's music, you know. I remember when in
1979, 1980, Pink Floyd The Wall's come out, and this song, We Don't Need No, and there's a whole heap of little brattish English kids singing, hey, teacher, leave those kids alone, which is a horrible thing to say. You know, we need educators and we need the kids to be educated. But anyway, this is What was it like to hear that?
To me, I thought it was a wonderful period of time. It was just a blend. It was like a mosaic coming together because we were struggling here at the universities with the educational system in America. And here this group was thinking about we don't need no education.
Mm,
Yeah.
mm. Yeah, compelling the argument in a way in the mainstream.
Yeah. Well,
Do you remember it well, Sick? The Pink Floyd's
I don't
emergence.
remember 80, but I have a very pretty good recollection of the mid 80s to the late 80s because that's when I was in like high school.
Mm. So you're a bit younger than I am. So when Pink Floyd The Wall came out, I was 13 years old.
Yeah,
I was very hormonal.
Yeah, same.
You know what? You know what was strange, Dave? We were in electronic lockout. I was working with the military, really working with the military, and we had no access to anything, no outside, nothing. And when I came back home, I came home in the late 1979, and all of a sudden there was music that we had missed out on because of the periods of time that we lived in.
Yeah, the blanket, the blanket. You will not be swayed from your position because of thought. Yeah, no, I get that. Fuck the American army for doing that to you.
Well, that was
you
the way
missed out on 1977's Pink Floyd Animals and Roger Waters screaming about the fat pig.
Animals.
Oh man, we all love Animals. Fuck, it's a great album. But The Wall, in particular, as a 13-year-old boy, had such an impression on me that I burnt down my father's school where he worked at. What a cunt of a kid. I was a shit of a kid. Anyway, I did it with an older teen from the neighbourhood, and the older teen got off scot-free, but my dad put me into juvenile prison. So I did that for a month for an assessment and learned to be locked up. And I can safely say as an adult how glad I was to learn about incarceration at such an early age that I never went back. In all of my, and I'm not taking anything away from you, Sick, for what happened with your missus. That was absolutely purely evil, what happened to you. And I didn't know you back then, but I've heard the stories, and it is evil. But yeah, Pink Floyd The Wall fucked me up. I burnt down my dad's school, man, and I loved it. It was like that moment when the desks fly open and the flames rise. It was just, I had to do it. And fuck, we don't need no education. We don't need nothing. But I tell you what I am proud of, that my violent outbursts as a teenager was always directed to public property, not human life.
One of my favorites is Young Lust.
Of course. Isn't it my favorite as well? And I also like The Thin Ice. The second song.
Run Like Hell.
Yeah, Run Like Hell. But I've always loved Waiting for the Worms. And the section of the keyboards by Rick White. Basically Rick White, the keyboardist, was fired, and he was told to fuck off by an angry, bitter Roger Waters who didn't get his way because he was just too controlling when he was making The Wall. Look, I do pride myself as a bit of a Pink Floyd aficionado, Sick, as you are a Grateful Dead aficionado.
Why was I like that? He was
But-
very controlling over the other members.
Well, there's a myriad of reasons.
Yeah.
Not having a father
Yeah.
growing up. Okay, dad was taken from the war. His bitterness consumed him. He didn't get the right mental fucking health, man, because as a Pommy in England, it was seen as a weakness by your contemporaries if you needed a head shrink. You were, and look what happened to poor Sid Barrett, you know. Sid Barrett needed all of that, and he was less than, you know. So these guys had egos the size of Max Trike, you know, huge. Black Betty, look how big that bloke and Trike is, and those exhaust pipes.
That's old heavy Betty. That's old heavy Betty. Yeah. You know, Buck was, I was 50 years old the day he graduated. When he graduated from school, I turned 50.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, man. I know.
Yeah.
I'm still recovering.
So, well, when did I graduate from school? I was lucky. I fucked up in high school, in year 8 high school, and then I was sent to a special school. And I did 2 years at a special school. It was a good school, man. It was a hippie school.
Yeah.
How you going, Buck? Mr. Motorborn.
Hey,
Moto.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Might have to crank
I'm just
my levels
raving
up,
on
I
here
don't
in
know.
Australia, but we'd rather hear your we'd rather hear your rice burner.
Yeah, that's what it is. It is my rice.
Yeah, I
I'm
knew it
trying to-
was just by the sitting position. Just by the sitting position, I knew you were on the R1.
And
I
by
can't.
his outfit.
Yeah,
Is
get
that
the
any
fuck
better?
rid of it. It's a stupid bike.
I'm trying to get a decent view so I can peek down and say hey, and then you can see a little bit of stuff in the background anyway.
Yeah.
I will say this though, Motorborn, just before you go, he's gone now, but
I
that
can hear
tree showing the autumn colours,
Oh yeah,
the
it's
fall
turning.
colours. It's beautiful, man.
Nice.
They are turning.
Anyway,
man.
ride safe, brother. We love you. Please
Hey.
ride safe.
We
Oh,
can
he's
hear him, Dave. We can hear him. He's
I was
still
trying to
there.
tell you. Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah.
I hear you.
fuck yeah.
Yeah, we
So-
can hear you perfect.
What I'm trying to say is I went in my Freecom 4, that's my I'm getting my audio from, and I took off some background canceling stuff, so hopefully you can hear a little bit of the bike. I don't know.
I can
Yeah,
hear
the
her
bumblebee.
Remember before
I can hear the
it'd be like-
bumblebee. It's like a bee buzzing around really busily.
Okay.
No, we love your R1 Motorborn. We love your R1, and we just love whatever you can.
So good. I mean, they're
We
like,
love whatever you can do, brother. You know, I just had to have a little dig. You know, it's just like me and it's like 2-4 and Buck Brown about the Indian and the, you know, like what the fuck are you riding an R1 for? I can't believe it. I love your wide glide Harley, but you know what? It's beautiful to ride on the R1 too. R1
he's
has
got
its
the
own
best of
magic.
both worlds.
Yeah, he's got the best of both worlds. Exactly.
He's got that speed and handling, and then he's got, you know, the cruising.
Yeah, he has sick, and I'm jealous. That's all.
Yeah.
That I'm not a great artist. I'm not a great artist like Motorborn Virginia with his
Yeah.
fine tattooing
Hey,
work.
there's a whole crew of bikes there. I don't know if you get to see them when I go by, but they're on my left side as I go around this
Oh yeah,
corner.
no worries. How you going, boys?
Oh, I see him.
He waved. Good on you, Motorborn. You know, you're just a cool dude, brother. You know.
Get my arm out of the way.
It's all good, mate. There's no sort of biker violence, in your neighbourhood, in your world. You know, you've got motorcycling as a way of life, not a defining moment in your life. You know, it's a way of life. You know, Interesting to talk to you and Sterling. Very, very interesting to see that video. And to hear some mixed reactions behind closed doors, which was very interesting. Some people say boring as batshit, and some people say, fuck, that's insightful. You know, how was it for early tattooists in the 80s? And how, you know, that was very interesting to me. It was, because that's when I got my tattoos, you know, from the same apparatuses you were using in Australia as you were using in America. And it was just bloody interesting to hear a tattooist of that time, 89. So you're doing tattoos 89. I'm a fresh-faced 18-year-old going, I want some ink, man. You know,
83.
And but I was sensible. Oh fuck! Sorry about that. I was sensible. I saw what I wanted, which was the lady, the woman, the female.
Yeah.
And she had the Spanish flowing hair with the roses within the hair, you know. And then the tattooist was able then to ad-lib his own interpretation of my story, what I wanted. And it worked out to be a fantastic tattoo, which a few tattooists copied and sort of got me down on a chair and copied the fucking tattoo, which is actually, I found out to be highly disrespectful for the tattooist in question. But I didn't know that at the time. But it is highly disrespectful when you copy someone else's work in the tattooing world. And there is that. It's the same with, you know, you ask, should you get a tattoo touched up? And you shouldn't. You should get a tattoo touched up by the original artist. You know, that's the most utmost respect for that artist. You know,
but you're out of state, you know, and you're out of the area, you know, you don't live there.
Yeah, sailors, military, they can't always do that, but it is nice if you're like in the area and you're going to a local artist most of your life and time. Then that's what you do. But you know,
but I understand that not everybody can get that opportunity.
Absolutely.
And that's why I pretty well left my tattoos, the ones that I've got adorning my wonderful skin. That because you were talking about our skin is the be all and end all, really.
Yeah.
You know, if you've got skin that can hold the tattoo, it will last a lot longer than skin that just
painting
so
on canvas or painting on cardboard, you know, same principles, you know, as a painter.
Same principle. Anyway, it was a fascinating conversation between you and Sterling that I got the front row seat, man, into getting to know you a little bit better. And I was very appreciative of that interview. Learned a little bit more about my dear friend Motorball, whose fucking sticker I wear proudly on my Road King. So I'm going to hopefully get lots of questions. Who's Motorball? And I'm going, well,
you don't want
if you don't know, you don't know. You know, that always... Anyway, I've talked enough. Mind you, I should be talking over that fucking rice. Listen to that rice in the pressure cooker. Can you hear it? Sick. The rice in the pressure cooker.
It does sound fast.
Ramp her up a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry, Motorball. I love you dearly, man. But fucking hell, that sounded shocking. Oh, man, I love the jet bikes.
Big smile on my face right now.
Yeah. Good stuff. I absolutely love jet bikes, man. I will never, ever... I love them, man. I love their sound. That sounds like 12 o'clock in my area.
Bridge right now on the on the Chesapeake Bay, about ready to go underneath the tunnel in a quarter mile. So if I lose you guys, I love you. I'll catch you maybe when I get back at work.
Yeah, no workers, brother. Enjoy the ride. I'm just happy to sit back and watch.
Hey, Motorbomb,
Yeah.
you need to have Angelique to put your strap on your glove.
Oh, yeah.
Say that again.
You need
Okay,
to-
so Angelique has said, strap on your glove
Good. Okay, we're going
because she
down
cares
under.
about you. Thank you, Angelique. What a beautiful, caring human being is Angelique.
You're going
Down
through
under.
the cat.
There we go.
Oh, here comes the car.
Tunnel.
No,
Wow, we
motorboom's
still
in the
got a
tunnel,
connection.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, going under the water.
Repeaters in the tunnel.
It's coming through fine, sick.
Yeah, 1 mile. 1 mile underneath the water. I mean,
It's coming
yeah,
through sick.
the distance.
It's coming through excellent, motorboom.
That's great.
Yeah.
I can see the white car behind you. The SUV, white woman in the SUV. Or silver fucking yeah. I can see it.
Pretty crazy, isn't it? They got the repeaters in the tunnel and everything, and they can operate everything just as it was outside.
That is amazing.
I didn't know they had that in the tunnels, Moto.
They'd have to have
Yeah.
They'd have to have the telecommunications.
Yeah.
They'd have to.
On the right-hand side, they got, on the opposite side that I'm showing you, they got a walk path and a rail that you can,
Yeah.
and they got elevators, because there's a big building over, like, the beginning of this tunnel, like a three-story building with elevators, and it will take you down below, I guess, the sea level, so you can get into the tunnel and walk down here, and they do whatever they do, and, yeah, for maintenance. It's actually a tube inside of a tube.
The tube inside of the tube, yeah.
Hey, motorboom.
Yeah,
There you
I'm
go.
out.
We can hear the bike in the tunnel, by the way.
No.
It did sound all right.
Yeah,
It was a little quiet in the tunnel.
man, I'm
It's
sorry.
okay. Don't be
Next
sorry. It's actually cool.
I got, yeah. I think this Freecom 4 or whatever the Cardo that I'm using is designed to really cancel out as much background for a phone conversation or communication as possible. So it's really not optimal for sound effects. But I did take some settings and try to adjust it so it didn't have quite as much.
Listen, motorboom. It didn't mute or muffle the sound of Sick Bastard having a bong. So it's all good, brother. Sick
you,
Bastard, you could hear him having his bong. It's all good. Thank you for taking us for a ride, brother.
Yeah, man. Almost to work, so.
Yeah, no worries. Have a good day. I hope you get a nice
Thank you, bro.
$1,800 customer
Yeah,
that wants a big back job.
I hope so. Something. I'm
I shouldn't say that, but I understand about. I'm so glad you shared your story with Sterling Wheel. It was so fascinating to hear.
Just what comes out of my brain, you know, and how I perceive stuff. That's just, you're getting one view, and that's just my perception. So.
But it's a good one, man. You speak for a lot of people. You do, because you've lived, brother. You've lived a life of many walks of life. I mean, as a tattooist, how many walks of life have you come across?
Yeah.
You know, did Sterling Wheel ask those questions? But it doesn't matter.
Yeah. A lot of stories.
Yeah. So you know, how many people, you know, in your profession and what walks of life? It's absolutely fascinating stuff. As an Australian, totally respect you. Would totally love to have some work done by you, Motorborn, that I can take to my resting place, you know. But before I go to my resting place, I'll you know, But I've got at least your sticker on my pannier, so when I ride around Perth, people can ask, "What's Motorball?
Yeah.
What's Motorball in Virginia?" That's all I want them to ask, and then I can tell them all about Motorball in Virginia, the legend, the myth, the legend. I know you hate being called a legend. Just a guy, you know, in
Yeah.
Virginia,
That's
who's providing for his family, who's providing for himself, living the best life he knows how to live.
Sharing good times.
On his R1, sounding like a swarm of bees. Oh, do you hear that, big bastard? He give
I
it
heard
some.
that.
He give it some. He give it some. He give it some. Hey, old Motorball knows how to ride that R1.
We had to fire her up a little bit. Ramp it up. Yeah, the construction workers were watching me come down this off ramp going, what in the hell is he doing? We're supposed to be slowing down on an off ramp.
Now you got to rev her up. Let them know you're there, mate.
Oh, there's a popo man right over there to my right, too. The police.
You know, bikes.
You can stop.
Bikes, Motorball, bring out the child and the inner
back
child.
there. I probably couldn't see him, but yeah, he had somebody pulled. Yeah, you never know. You think you're safe going down an off ramp, you know, and there's the popo man, the policeman at the bottom of the ramp. Like, how often does that happen? That never happens.
Yeah.
But until that day, you're showing off to your friends on YouTube.
On YouTube, live.
Yeah, the life of a moto bomber.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just about 3 blocks away, so I'll be off here in a minute.
Don't worry about it, buddy.
Yeah, there he goes. There he goes. Ed Messina.
Max, see if you can turn him up a little bit.
I got him turned up.
All right.
Yeah.
Turn his noise canceling off.
It is, but that's all I got.
No, he can't. He's on the bike sick. Yeah, all right, Motorball.
Mac can turn his noise canceling off.
Oh. It should be off.
Yeah.
But who knows? Who knows?
Jeez,
I turned his mic up.
don't you feel bad you're not on the Harley now? We're showcasing the sound.
Mac, is there a noise canceling button?
Yeah, I got echo canceling, but no noise canceling.
Yeah.
All right. Take off the echo canceling.
That might be bad. I don't know. You can try it, but I'm at work anyway.
Echo's off.
Thanks for the ride, brother. No, look, we heard it. We heard you through the tunnel. We heard the rise in the pressure cooker, mate. It's all good. The rise in the pressure cooker.
Pressure cooker.
Look at you. Hey, look at you, you bloody R1 rider. They all flashing. Brother. Such a good. Thank you so much for taking us for a ride, Motorball.
I'm surprised.
That's a pretty quick ride there, Mr. Moto.
That we made it through the tunnel together, man.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Look at it. No, man, look at that bike. Fuck yeah.
Here. I'm going to see if I can turn this thing around.
It is pumpkin season.
It is, hey.
There's a way. Oh, there it is. I can turn it around there. There we go.
I mean, I know.
She got some.
I know Sandy hates that bike.
Look at that.
Is it Sandy? Sandy's your kid, isn't it?
I took out the cat delete, the catalytic thing, so it was all straight piped, and I forgot what it was up in the heads there. I took some stuff out of there too, but and had to get servos or whatever you call them to adjust for the differences of doing straight pipes. But it makes her sound good.
It does, Mother. Look, it's a sweet bike.
Yeah,
there's
There you go.
Good performance. She's good. Got a
It's a
Commander.
sweet bike, Motorborn. No, it's a wild fucking death machine. We know that. It's just a death machine.
Yeah, it can
Great.
be. It can be in irresponsible hands, and I'm irresponsible when it comes to
Yeah, that's why I say
riding.
it's a death machine.
It's hard, but
It's hard to behave.
yeah, I'm not doing wheelies and stuff like that, but I'll get on it once in a while just to have a little fun. And
Because like,
no, look, it's good. It's good. I'm the same, Motorborn. I've got two different bikes. What do I ride? They both need a run. My bikes, both of them need a run.
Yeah.
What bike do I take?
Yeah. I'm the kind of guy I'd be like, let's see how far of a wheelie I can pull naturally without really trying. And then let's see if we can hold that wheelie through the next gear.
Yeah, you got a Harley that will do that, don't you?
Well, no, I'm just saying that would be my thoughts on the R1.
Yeah, man.
Like if I got on the R1,
don't ever let him ride it.
I'd be like,
Motorball, don't ever let Thick ride the R1.
I was like, this is the wheelie machine, bro.
Yeah, he's not allowed to ride. I forbid him to ride the R1. I actually like Thick ride.
Listen, if I were ever to get another cafe style bike, the R1 is the one I would get. It would be either the R1 or the H2.
I like
man, you don't want a H2. The H2's a dangerous bike, brother.
Yeah, they're fun though.
I know. They're fast. And boy, do they sound lovely.
Yeah, they do.
They absolutely sound just those 3 cylinders purring at top gear.
They're way expensive. The R1 is so much more practical and so fast. It's just not supercharged. I mean,
okay, so what's 360 kilometers conversion to miles? I'm thinking about 180 miles.
Yeah,
so these bikes will do. Yeah, these bikes will happily do 180 miles.
Yeah, well, the non-street version of the H2 is 300 horsepower.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You don't need to go that fast.
No.
But, you get a thrill. But you can, you can go that fast. So there's the thrill.
And the H2's track version has like a backstop for your ass.
Yeah, because you get the G-force. The G-force of the speed that you're going at. Yeah.
So you push your rear end against the
whereas the R1 doesn't have. Well, it probably does have that. Does the R1 have a bit of an area where the G-force is compensated by the seating arrangement? I think he nodded. I think there's something on the R1. There's a seating provision for the G-force factor of the R1.
I don't think there's no wheelie control. There's no
mine's too old.
Yeah, it's too old. There's no wheelie control. There's no anti-slip. There's no traction control. There's no ABS.
But is there a section in the seat where you can park your ass so you're not going to fall off the back because you're gaining so much G-force?
No, there's really no back on the seat, but the way you sit and the way your rear sets are put up and the way you have you want the balls of your
that's going to propel you forward. Okay, yeah, right.
Yeah, you are right there.
It's the seating position.
I have more problems staying on my Harley if I take the rear pillion off and just a solo seat on a Dyna. It's almost flat. And right. Okay,
there you go.
that I gained 15 horsepower by pulling the pillion off the back. The joy meter goes way up riding that motorcycle with
Oh,
the
yeah, fuck
pillion.
yeah.
So it's like, heck yeah, I'm up there. I'm like trying to hang on for my life all of a sudden. It's like, yeah, this is a wicked machine when actually it's no different when I have a backrest and I'm chilling, you know, but.
And it is Motorborn about the joy factor.
Yeah, man.
It's always about the joy factor. Isn't that right, Sick? I've seen you ride.
I can see
the
the
joy
smile.
factor.
He even have his helmet off. I can see the smile.
Yeah. He loved that ride. There's no doubt about it. You'd actually love that ride, Motorborn. I know you did.
And I keep on forgetting it's cooler up there. I'm like wondering why he's pulling all this stuff off.
Oh yeah, no, it'd be cold as.
Yeah.
I know, not everybody's got the Sahara Desert. Yeah, the Sahara Desert of the Florida.
That's awesome, Moto.
That was one of the first stickers I got. Who else we got here? My fellow tattoo artist next to me, his logo has got, and he painted that, so it goes good for my pumpkin bike, you know.
Oh yeah,
kind of cool. And let's see, I'll bore you with one more here. Got Tommy G and Blue Bike and
I've got Tommy G. Tommy G makes a good sticker, actually. Tommy G with his gun on his bike.
Yeah.
And I do like your sticker, Motorborn.
Yeah. So yeah.
I also look, there's some confusion about putting stickers on a bike helmet, but I say it attracts attention, and therefore the person in the car has seen me, and that ultimately saves my life.
Hey, you know, that's a thought I've never thought about before.
Yeah, we got wanker police over here, Motorborn. They just don't like bikers because we live, a rule unto ourselves. And that's what they think, and that's what the media keeps pressing. And it's not true at all. We're all law-abiding citizens, and we follow the road rules to the letter. I mean, you've seen the videos to the letter.
Yeah.
When it says 60, I'm at 60. I even said it on the film. Oh, I'm a bit lost here, but at least I'm going 60.
Yeah.
So our limit in built-up areas is 60 kilometres an hour, which might be about 40 mile. I'd say it'd be 40 mile. What's the speed limit in a built-up area in, say, where you live in Virginia?
I'm going to join on the computer. I'll be right back.
Okay. Old Mac.
Yes.
When you're riding in a populated area in America, what is the legal speed limit? Is it 35 mile?
Where
30,
I was,
40? Or is it 55? Because I thought 55 was highway cruising.
Yeah, mostly 55. Like if you're on the interstate and you start getting in an urban area, it goes to 55. If you start getting out of town, they'll go 65, sometimes 70, depending on which state you're in. Some states you get up to 80 or 85, like South Dakota, because it's super flat and long stretches in between.
Okay, so you've got the provision to go at an accelerated speed to cut the time of distance in the vehicle. That's why they've increased those speeds. If you had to do those speeds of 55 miles an hour on an open highway for a long period of time, it would be anyway, it's all good. Motorborn, thank you for taking us through the tunnel.
Thanks for coming along.
I'm sorry I was so rude about your rice burner.
No, I don't take no offense to that. I think it's great that we have fun and poke fun, man. I love that thing, and I love it, and you might love it a little bit, and that's okay too.
I do love it. I do love the banter. And I'm only saying it out of jealousy. I'd love a fucking sports bike like that. You know, an R1.
Cool gear. You know,
The rate of takeoff, the weight to horsepower and takeoff in G-force is ridiculous.
Oh,
Like,
you can't compare it.
when I'm watching him get on the highway, I'm just watching the background just go by so goddamn fast.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like a video game.
Wow. I'm like,
I was only in first gear when I got on it. That was just first gear. I can do about 102 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, don't, Sky.
That's crazy.
At about 13,700 RPMs.
Yeah.
That's pushing the rev limiter.
Yeah.
We don't want you to do that, Motorball. We love you and stay alive, please.
No, but you know, we all brighten up when we talk about our machines and what they can do.
Oh, fucking hope we do. I know we do. I know we absolutely love our machines.
I know Mac is
and
a lot of that, you know, riding wheelies on a three-wheeler, you know. It's like
I know. It's dead right.
Did you, Motorbum, did you catch Dave when he was doing Blind Melon Chitlin early?
And I saw him playing harmonica on his own live before you.
Oh, good.
Oh,
so
God.
Got tuned up. He was warmed up by the time he got to you.
Oh, he was he came over.
I had some good lives, man. I couldn't believe the numbers I got today, Motorborn, for 1 hour live, and I'm sitting on 1,500 views.
What?
I can't. What the fuck? It just
great.
blows me away. It blows me away, man. What the fuck? But I'm talking about Russia, and I'm talking about all points in the world. And it's absolutely amazing, sick.
That's
you know,
awesome.
All these people.
Sharing. I want to start like automatically sharing everybody's links on the channels. Like that's what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to start pushing all of our links out there in our lives constantly.
Well, we might get some
because it's collaboration.
Yeah.
Might get some of that unwanted message deleters too that come on, so it could go both ways. But
it can go both ways. I'm sorry, old Mac wanted to say something.
Yeah. Don't forget, guys. Don't forget, Ray is riding home from the campgrounds. Be sure to catch some of his live.
He's on his live now. Yeah, I thought I saw that earlier. And I thought maybe I didn't have my screen refreshed from yesterday. I didn't know.
Can you bring up Ray?
I don't think we're supposed to do that.
Oh, really?
But I can. But yeah, I don't. Let's just see, and we'll put it on with no sound. Let me just see.
Okay. You know how to mute the sound, so.
Yeah. Well, we're not. I think it's just.
This is Motorborn. This is
hang on. Here we are.
This is YouTube. This is YouTube.
But I'm on live stream, so F YouTube. Oh, wait a minute. Hold it. I'm using YouTube.
No, you're not getting monetized, so it doesn't matter. You don't want to get a tax. You're just a pensioner, and that's the way we like it.
You just cut this section out of your live, which you can do in your editor in YouTube, whatever. That's if you had to, if something came up like that.
Yeah.
And if you don't play around, I think you're going to be okay. Okay, hang on. Let's see. Where is this here?
He's going to put on Ray's ride back from the campground.
Okay, can you put it up?
I will.
Hey!
Look at that. Now we can say we got to see Ray Gregory's ride.
Yeah.
You see he exited right there. There's the exit. I don't think he's going to make an exit. Not at that speed. He's not going to make an exit.
Nope. So he's got the big camper probably on behind. Is that what he's doing, leaving the campground today?
Anyway, listen, I hope Ray and Katie Bug aren't arguing. That's all. Because I remember having a few drives with my girlfriend, and it was the most miserablest time driving when you're having an argument. It's
It's
just
always a good
awful.
time with Ray Gregory. It's always a good time.
It is. It's always a good time with Ray Gregory. I know.
Hey, Dave, do you remember the song by the Coasters? It went something like, "She walking through the house, you hear that woman mouth, get a job."
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what my missus was saying to me. You're walking through the house, you can hear it from her mouth, get a job.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what my missus said to me. And God bless her, I still love her, but yeah, I'm so glad we never
Not
continued.
married.
Yeah, we didn't get married. She told me to fuck off. I bought her a ring and she told me to fuck off. And I'm so grateful for her.
Yeah, I bet.
She probably,
I bet, bro. She
Oh
did.
man, I am so grateful, that she rebutted my wedding.
Your courtship.
My courtship was not worthy, and the bloke down the road, my mate, his courtship was, but then she could leave him easier than leave me.
You see
Does
how
that
I
make
took that
sense?
overlay off and got it out of your face there? Old
That's
man?
so classic.
Sometimes it's in the
Ray
way.
he's just cooking along, man. He's not in any old rush. He's just happy to be on the road and with his beloved Katie Bug, and they're not arguing. They're going, look, dear, look at all the wonderful colours of the fall. And it's, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I hope he's enjoying all that.
well, look at right here.
Time.
Hey, Kime.
He's watching Ray ride home. Even over in England, over in the UK, Ray's video.
Hey, look at that beautiful sky that Ray's driving in. Not a rain cloud in the sky. Beautiful blue. Up there on the highway. He got overtaken by the tradies with the got overtaken by the tradies.
I love that when you watch GP Moto and all stuff like that, they say overtaking. It's not passing. It's not going around. It's overtake.
Overtake.
It's a powerful statement. I overtook you.
You were overtaken.
Overtaken.
You were overtaken by a truck, Ray Gregory. For fuck's sake, step on it. even Mum in the SUV.
No kids in the back, giving you the bird.
Are we there yet? I can just imagine it.
You there yet?
Are we there yet? Our voiceover over Ray Gregory's, it's not, what he intended, but I get it. But then wouldn't that be interesting, So somewhere this will be recorded, and this is wonderful. We're providing the voiceover for Ray Gregory's ride.
Yeah, really.
It's neat. Mad, absolutely mad.
A whole different perspective of his journey,
Yeah, exactly right. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
I do not want to go to the doctor.
Yeah, neither do I.
I know.
Motorbomb, you remember there was a show where the little guy always rode the tricycle into the park, and the old lady hit him in the head with her purse. He was always a lecherous old guy, on Laugh-In. I believe it was Laugh-In. The guy was a little fellow that was played in the movie Stalag 17 or whatever. He was you remember Sergeant Schultz and everything? Well, he was a little
yeah. I see nothing.
Hogan's Heroes.
Yeah. He rode when we see that little guy go pedaling and past Ray Gregory in his camper on his tricycle
with the little squeak. Oh, poor Ray, man. It's like we throw him under the bus right now.
We are actually. He's driving so fucking slowly. He's getting overtaken by everyone left, right, and center.
Overtaken by a tricycle.
But he's just cruising, man. He's just kicking back, cruising.
That's That's love, man. Taking your time, doing your cruise. He loves his
Yeah,
camper.
he's loving life,
People
you
live,
know.
yeah, he's doing good, man.
You know what? The ultimate.
Ray Gregory.
You know
It's
what the
always good
ultimate
to
thing-
see Ray Gregory's. I loved his on Wednesday talk and ride today. It was a beautiful country that he rode us through. It was wonderful.
What the ultimate scene would be if you see over on the right shoulder Miss Katie Bug up there walking up through there, and Ray's hollering out the window, "Come back, Katie! Come back!" Because I want to get home today. I want to get home today.
I want to get home today. Yeah, no, I could just imagine today. Oh, poor old Ray Gregory's just copying it left, right, and centre from us. Oh, that was so funny, Mac. That was really classic stuff. Getting overtaken by trucks and so overtaken is a word that we use here in Australia.
Yeah,
When you
It is
as
the proper
well.
terminology.
What was that, Sick?
It is the proper terminology.
It is the proper terminology. You were overtaken by another vehicle on the highway. But I don't know what you guys all call it. You know, fuck, you just going too slow.
No, well, people don't know how to drive in the States. Same with Australia. I'm sure in Australia there's people that don't know how to drive either.
We can't stand. Look, I'll tell you the truth. We can't stand fucking 4-wheel drive. Fifth wheelers. We hate them. We hate them with a passion.
Yeah.
Me and truck drivers can't stand them, and it's through no fault of their own. They just don't have the power in their vehicles to travel at the same speeds that we drive at.
Yeah.
You know, it's easy when you're on a Harley Road King, and you know you just a twist of the throttle, and you're past
I
them.
wouldn't
And
be doing much more than 65 and on with that thing attached to it. You know, like I don't want to be doing 70, 75 with that thing. One gust of wind, next thing you know, you're doing this. It's all over. Forget it.
It's all over, Red Rover. Yeah, because you're fishtailing down the road.
Next thing you know, like you only need a couple of these at 75 and you're done.
Well, I've drunk all my beer, guys. I've had a night on the Terps, I must say. Thanks very much. Thanks for listening to my harmonica playing, by the way, guys. And my songs about boot camp recruitment. Going back down to boot camp. It's good stuff. Mac, please take the camera away from me. I'm gonna vape up. And I feel self-conscious about it.
It's an awesome filter you're using there, by the way.
What was that, Mac? Motorbull?
Said it's an awesome filter you're using there, by the way.
Oh,
bringing out
isn't
your
it?
natural beauty, and your inner soul is just glowing.
I've got the light. After spending some time with the Dutch filmmaker, I learned a little bit about lighting. I learned a little bit about filmmaking. Talking to that Dutch filmmaker actually was a godsend, to be honest. And it was just him coming up to me in a pub and saying, "Can I talk to you?"
I just had a question for you, Dave. I was remembering watching you. I don't know if it was last night or this morning, but you was using your Bluetooth portable thing, and you ended up having to take it off because the camera was working good, but your Bluetooth something. Did you go in your settings and make sure you added that on, because it'll take it off the camera?
So right now, for the last few minutes that I'm on Mac's live action videos, because we are now coming through Mac's live action videos, I can make a better sound.
Looks great. Sounds great.
Because, but I'm using the mobile phone's audio. So the mobile phone itself is actually quite good, but I do have a better if I don't knock my dope over and I'm sensible, because you know what dope means to us, because we're such, you know, predictable creatures. But I have a lapel mic, so I'll just test it out. The lapel mic is actually quite good, provided it doesn't get caught up in the beard.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
You're turning and doing stuff.
Well, I've got.
You could almost clip it in your beard.
You could clip it in the beard. You know, you could. You know, and that's exactly right. But no, we won't. We won't clip it in the beard, but we'll get a better microphone for you, so that all the ladies in the Philippines can go, I love his voice. I love his voice. And
how you going, guys? So I now have the better mic, and the audio is definitely better.
It gives you a little deeper sound, yeah.
But I can't hear any of you. That's the only problem. Because I put the mic in for a better mic sound, I don't get the audio. So I cannot hear a word you're saying. So please let it rip. What do you really think about Dave?
Oh, Dave.
I like being involved in the conversation.
Yeah, so cool. It still sound good though, either way.
Yeah, that sounds
nice.
Good. And we want
so either way. But the mic is definitely better for the lives. When I've got the lives going, I'm generating the conversation off the written text, so it's easier to communicate with the live audience. With these multi-streams, I do need to integrate with you on a much higher level by seeing the reaction FaceTime, and FaceTime is important.
Yeah,
which is what we're doing all now. We're all doing FaceTime, and I never thought I'd be saying that, but there you go. I'm doing FaceTime with my friends. Yeah. I have too caught up with the real world.
Yeah,
there you go. I'm a couple of years late, but I've caught up with the real world, because we're all making a Zoom meeting. We're all able to. I mean, if old Mac had a banjo right now, I'm just saying, right? The hypothetical. Old Mac had a banjo, and you had a washboard motorborne, and Sick there was playing the spoons, right? And then we all uttered the key of A. We could do a barbershop, and we could do an international barbershop.
Some sugar packs is all it takes. Get it close to the mic. That's
and I hear old Mac blowing the bottle.
Yeah,
I know.
Keep his horn again. That's funny.
Mind you, I can't do that because I don't have much breath. But I you know, we could essentially have a international jam motorborne.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many possibilities with StreamYard.
Hey, Dave,
to have
Dave, food for thought. When we was doing that over on another chat page over, maybe the people that has a chat page about being in the left field, you know what I'm saying? You know.
Oh yeah, going.
They go
in the left field.
They're over there in the left field. They're having a blow in. They're blowing over on old Mac's channel. They're blowing.
They're blowing. Yeah, I get you. In the left field. Yeah, over there in the left field. Oh, Mac, you're so damn political correct. You're wonderful to talk to, old Mac. You so care about old Mac. You care about your humanity.
He was having a few Jack Daniels too, you know, earlier.
I certainly was.
Yeah. We was talking about
Motorborne, but I think it's been an
good time,
entertaining
yeah.
couple of hours. It's
Yeah.
certainly been. It's been definitely because I ran out of credit and had to recharge my credit,
It's been a good time.
and it's just money well spent to see you ride through a tunnel. Here I am talking in Australia. There you are riding in Virginia, and here's old mate sitting back having bongs in Gainesville, all under the watchful eye of Old Glory over there in Alabama. It's just absolutely amazing. How lucky am I in my lifetime to be able to see this? Is what I say.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Being born in the 60s and having none of this as growing up, and being at the cusp of something quite new. And I know it isn't that new, but it's certainly not 5 years old, what the technology that we're using right now. It's under 5 years old. And it's absolutely amazing. You know, coronavirus and all of that was only a couple of years ago. It wasn't so far away where we could all have Zoom meetings for our work, and this is the way that life was done. And for a lot of people, it's nothing fancy. But to the mainstream population who are just catching up now, it is amazing. You know, that I can watch somebody ride through a tunnel in Virginia at the time they're doing it. Is absolutely amazing. I am blown away.
It's too bad.
Absolutely.
I can't remotely do that through. Remember when I tried through my GoPro, because I have to use my phone for like mobile Wi-Fi, and then it will provide the Wi-Fi to the Hero or to my GoPro. But that takes too much. That takes way more energy and bandwidth. You need a super strong
bandwidth. Yeah.
But my phone, I was so surprised. We made it virtually through the whole tunnel, didn't we?
There was no real glitches, actually, Motorborne. There was no real glitches. It was as smooth as silk ride, to be honest.
And you see, if I get a longer extension thing to put on my mount instead, it's only like this, I should be able to get it up and over the windshield, like when you want me to have it turned around and get a kind of a neat view. Just do it once in a while, you know, and check it out. Be kind of fun. Something different, break the monotony up in the chats once in a while, but it was a good time. I'm glad y'all let me do that on you live here, Mac.
You was also underwater, man. You not only was you in the tunnel, but you was underwater.
Yeah,
100 feet. 100 feet. Mac was telling us.
You go.
It's 100 feet that you were under.
Oh, no, me. That was Seattle. How deep?
Oh, sorry.
How deep under Chesapeake Bay do you go, Moto?
They say when they built the tunnel, it's unclear how deep I actually am, but what they do to dig the whole thing is 300 feet below the sea level, I think, or maybe the top. It's like there's 90 foot of water there, I believe, because they need that extra 40 foot underneath, like cargo ships, because cargo ships will be 50 foot in the water, and there's places that they have to dredge because those ships will drag on the bottom of the mud, and they still cruise through, you know, because it's just muddy and gushy. But so because I always think of that, man, what if the water gets low, you know? But it only just the tide, you know, 3-4 foot.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, I'll be sure to film the dredging of the Fremantle Harbour, because it isn't that deep, man. And those cargo ships are massive.
Yeah.
They are massive.
Well, you know, they got icebreakers and bust through freaking ice and all that stuff. And so I'm sure they can drag through some mud until it gets, as long as there ain't like a hard bottom. I'm sure when they dredge, that's what they actually dredge, is get down.
Yeah, they're making the silt, be more accommodating for. Yeah. That's what happens. I'm sure it does, because you've only got X amount of feet of water close to the shoreline, you know, and it has to be, it has to accommodate these huge ships, so that you know, all of the beautiful American products can come to our country.
Well, you know, they keep that place cleaned out good, because not only when they cross over top of me, see, because that's like on the top curve of the Chesapeake Bay, which is, you know, right there connected to the Atlantic Ocean. And so where that top peak is, you have like 2 or 3 river systems that kind of, it's a junction, and they all kind of fan out there. The International Tugboat and Shipping Lane is there, the James River and the Elizabeth River. And then on that side that I'm talking about, they have the largest naval base in the world. So, you know, they got aircraft carriers, the Newport News building is right there. They build all this stuff. I mean, there's thousands of people that worked. That's where that guy Larry, you know, worked and retired that I met last week.
Yeah.
Shipbuilding. They do major
You interviewed him only moments ago. I mean, you could go back easily, and it would be in your feed. That was one of the last videos that you did. Was it the interview with Larry, 68?
Yeah.
Yep. You even remember? Yep. That's good, man. You're so sharp. Everybody.
Oh man, I just pay attention because
you had to raise your suit.
No, because I look to see Shade Tree Surgeon in something that he's not performing in. It's a real hoot for an Australian. You know, we only see Shade Tree Surgeon in his videos.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, some say he's a luminary. Yes, some say he's a demigod. But it's sick bastard who's really the demigod.
Still recovering.
Actually, it isn't. It's Buck Brown.
Brown,
removing, taking all the kegs up, taking all the kegs up for the keg races. Oh, that was fucking excellent. Because I also watched Chasing Ghosts video, and it was just absolute gold to see. You know, Shade Tree Surgeon is the same person off camera as he is on camera. He's just not a man that hides. You know, he is as mad as a cut snake. Absolute bonkers with his Dungeons and Dragons. It's Dungeons and Dragons all the way. You know, he's a war gamer. You can tell that he was a nerd at school. He was in the nerd section of the school group. You know, we never really got on with them because we were all the tough bogans, and you know, we loved our bikes, and we had BMX bikes, and at the end of school we made jumps, and we were seeing how many kids we could jump over.
Yeah, that's a true story.
That's a true story. I used to jump over
I tried to freak my dad out, and I come out of the ditch and over our driveway, so I knew what time he would come home, and I'd pretend that I did a crash there, you know, like Evel Knievel, and I'd lay there all jacked up.
Yeah, for attention.
Come driving up and give him a cool surprise. You know, I was terrible, man.
Meanwhile, the poor old father's beside himself with absolute shock horror. He had to take his kid to the infirmary.
Poor guy.
He's had a terrible accident, and you're just fucking having a lend of him. Oh, you're a shocking kid, mate. But from what I gathered, from the interview with Sterling Wheel, it was such a wonderful upbringing you had. You were very fortunate to have the upbringing you had, Motorborn. Thank you for sharing it with us mere mortal Australians about living on a farm and having a workaholic dad that set you on the right path, brother.
He did.
Yeah, you're a very lucky man. I know, but you know,
Time.
your dad's still there. My dad's gone.
Yeah.
You know, tell him that you love him. I know you do. I know you do. I don't know you do. But
Oh yeah. Well, after I got cleaned up and sober and stuff, and was able to like think on a more intellectual level, I can't speak intellectual.
yeah, I know what you're saying.
I
I
got
know.
on the level. I thanked him so much for not taking me in on the times I was down, and because I was trying to do things all on my own, and
Yeah.
money because I crashed a car over here and I'm in trouble with insurance and I need help. You'd be like, you know what, you just take, he didn't do that. He wouldn't take me into the home to put me up for a while, kind of enabling. He gave me a hard pillow and I had to learn how to figure stuff out.
Oh man, you should have quit.
Because if people keep giving you stuff and giving you stuff, you keep using and using and abusing.
Enabling.
And
You said the word enabling.
Mhm.
You know,
And
I loved it when
so much.
I loved it when you tell the story about
Yeah.
how mum and dad said, "Girlfriend, no way, no way," and how gutted and disgusted you were at your parents for not seeing that. What is my love not worth? I could just imagine you at that age.
Yeah, there's a lot of manipulation, man, and growing up, and you hated stuff, and your perception of love was a whole different. If you loved me, you would do this and you would do that. It's all conditional.
Yeah, and it isn't that at all. And your parents,
the strong arm of the parents, or of the law, they needed to, let me figure out stuff for myself and fend for myself, because when you care too much about certain things and you start enabling people, it's actually the sickness of the giver who is at fault at that point, because they just it's selfish. They want to feel good about themselves, giving and helping all the time.
Yeah. And your parents didn't fall into that.
No.
And you are such a blessed human being now because of that.
It was helpful.
And I will say that, But thanks be to the internet, and thanks be to the YouTube, and thanks be to T-Bone for bringing me closer to you guys. T-Bone told me about Sick Bastard. T-Bone told me about Old Mac, and T-Bone told me about Motorborn Virginia.
I can't even remember when I saw you. All I knew is when I saw you, you just started popping up in our lives, and we were like all together instantly, almost overnight.
It was almost, but it was through the connection of T-Bone.
Yeah.
Right on. And T-Bone really encouraged me to check out Recycle Hooligan. So I started following Recycle Hooligan, and then Sick Bastard pops up. And I'm, the inquisitive Australian, who the fuck's Sick Bastard? And I see him today, and he really is sick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure I don't know if you're stressing about your appointment coming up or anything, man. But prayers out to you, bro, man. And I'm
brother,
take care of yourself, and you're not dilly dallying around with your.
Oh, look, I know what it is, and I said it today. It's a cancer of the eye, and it can't be anything else. I've had 3 diagnoses that were wrong. All the treatments that should have been given to it has exacerbated it. It's got to be something else. And look, there are ways and means of dealing with this, and I just have to be patient and wait to the 11th, and all will be. Look how wonderful that that hand worked out. So the Australian health system is being portrayed through my channel that it's actually a very good and great thing, the Australian healthcare system that I've got. I haven't had to pay anything for this, for the hand, but I'm going to have to pay a little bit for the eye because I want it done on the private. I want it done a bit quicker. How you going, Kime?
What's up,
It's
Kyle?
good that you're here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
I was just got to turn my volume down. It's a bit loud, I think. Just back
That's
from
all
work. Coffee.
Are you having a spot of crumpets and tea?
No crumpet tonight.
Spot. Spot.
It's spot of crumpets and tea.
Having one of these.
Ah, Snicker. Oh, I got plenty of that.
Well, a pizza.
I can tell you now, Kime, there's five people in the chat that haven't got crumpet either. I can tell you right now.
We have a lot of that Halloween candy around, tomorrow's, I think. No. Oh, yeah, tomorrow's Halloween here. Yeah,
That's
so
just Mac.
we got the big
It'll
container.
go pretty quick, Mac. You'll get
It'll be-
the neighbours' kids. They'll come up and they'll want it all,
They want everything, yeah.
which will be lovely for you and Angelique. It'll be lovely for you and Angelique to have the visitors from the neighbours' kids come up in their Halloween costumes. If it's all right with their parents, make a bit of a short or something, because you're getting very good, Mr. Old Mac, at filmmaking. By the way, I'll have you know, you're getting very good at it, and I'm somewhat jealous, actually, of your filmmaking skills. Mind you, you've been doing it a little bit longer than me, and you have a better handle on your filmmaking box of tools that you use to make your films. And when I saw that old putty cat sitting there on the step, and then I saw it open its mouth and growl like a bloody lion. Hey, that's filmmaking 101. And I don't want to diminish anything from what you do, Mac, except encourage what you are doing. I love your filmmaking sense. It doesn't matter that you used a bit of Jingle Bells music. When Angelique waved like an elf, there it is. Okay, what? Hey!
That's great.
That's classic. That's fucking classic. And Old Mac, your filmmaking it's good. You have a talent for this. And I'm happy to shout it from the rooftops. I like your filmmaking style.
Well, that little deal I just did there, Motorbomb said, hey, let's try something. And he did it, and it worked. And he showed me how to do it, how to go back into your system, bring a file up and share it on StreamYard. That is so, I love that.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic. Can you do us one last kindness?
Yes.
Please, Old Mac, one last kindness before I go to bed. Can you show me you on the fucking trike ripping it up? Oh, sorry, can you show me your friend on the trike ripping it up?
Oh,
when you're on the trike and you're ripping it, guys, you got to see this. This is the power of Old Mac's trike. Black Betty.
Black Betty.
That's Heavy Betty.
Heavy Betty.
Heavy Betty. Sorry, I meant Heavy Betty because it is heavy.
Well,
Heavy Betty ripping it up the road.
Well, you guys talk amongst yourself, and I'll go see if I can find.
Take your time, man.
Yeah. So
anyway, guys, I will always pay dues to a fellow filmmaker when I see shines of brightness. when I will love working with my contemporaries, and you guys are my contemporaries. You're all making content, and sometimes it blows me out of the water. Sometimes it doesn't. It's a hit and miss thing. Just like my videos, my videos can be sometimes. I remember, I think, sick one day. I'll just shut up. Watch this.
Oh yeah, man.
How the fuck am I going to sleep tonight now? Look how much adrenaline is going through my body now. Yeah. There's no way I'm sleeping tonight.
Those camera settings were perfect, man.
That's just lunacy.
The only way I could get that video is I had to download it from YouTube, and it was put up there at only 1080p. When they downloaded it, it came out at 480p. So you're seeing it in 480p versus 1080p.
Yeah. It makes
it's
it
still good though, brother.
Fast.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculously fast.
That machine is a good little machine right there. The guy that bought it from me, he never intended to ever ride it. He wanted to have it only at his shop on the static display. He wanted my bike. He wanted it because I owned it, not because he ever wanted to ride it. Yeah. He bought it just to have as a static display at his shop.
You know what I think it is? I think it's those tail lights because they're old school. It harks back of the old school days. The bike is a wonderful piece of craftsmanship, old Mac. You are very lucky to ride that bike. Look at the freaking wheels on that thing. The chrome. And I could just see a little section of it by Kime. You've got the chrome wheel, you've got the rear fender, and you've got that wonderful stop and go lamp from the 1930s.
There you go. Right over there.
Man, what a bike.
If you notice on the seat there, it has a hydraulic shock on the seat, like in the old days. You remember Harleys? We used to have a cylinder on the seat. I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know one. Yeah.
The seat and was on a hydraulic shock. That seat's on a hydraulic shock.
That's mad.
Sure, it made.
That's absolutely mad. Like, how cool is that though, Mac? You're riding on Black Betty, Heavy Betty, I'm calling it, and you're able to share it with us today. You know, that ride wasn't in vain because you filmed it, you captured it, and you can share it years later. That's I'm
going to share you one more little one here. If I run across it here, I know I saved it. You guys go ahead and talk. Let me find the one that I just did it, so it should be in here somewhere.
So, guys, it is a little bit about prompting other YouTubers to collaborate. I think collaboration is the way forward in YouTubing. I don't think we can do it by ourselves. But saying that, a lot of respect is shown and given and talked about. Respect for our craft. I think is very important to share with us as we make and go forward and make a content. It's not bloody easy to make content constantly, and when people are making content, whether that's old content or new content, they are doing new things. Tonight we're having a live, and we're able to celebrate Old Mac's land speed records. It's not all about me. I'm sorry. Motorborn, you must have something insightful to say. You do. You've always got something insightful to say.
I was typing to Kime in the private chat to let him know I just got here and got to work, because when I type out in the comments, it shows me as Old Mac, you know. So I
yeah. Well, it would, yeah, because you're coming through the stream.
Didn't get to work. That what are you talking?
Yeah, I know. It's been good. Look, I went off credit, and I lost my audience for a little while today, but I gained them back. I couldn't believe it. There were about 50 people in my chat at one time today, and that's huge. That's a lot. So the pressure was on. I felt that I had to keep entertaining, and I think today I relatively entertained. Yeah. I mean, 1,500 people in a chat for 2 hours.
Not to look at those stats. Just do your
thing. They're incredible stats. So I'm over the moon with. But there we go. Here's Old Mac coming up the driveway.
I need a driveway like that.
You can see the riding on the pavement. Young kids, they're growing up in basements. Online, a whole new generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always, they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had.
You still got it.
That's a 48 model there. That's a 48, and it's got the big tire like you've got there, Dave, on the front.
Yeah, but I don't have nowhere near the same class as you've got, Old Mac. You make that bike just look, you know, straight out of an Easy Riders issue 15. You know, the only thing that's missing out of that Mac is David Mann painting it. I love you, Old Mac. I love my American connection, guys. It is so damn precious to me. Even my Australian friends see it. People like Jeff Satella and there's a few others. You know, they see the connections that are being made here are absolutely incredible. You know, here we are, the worldwide, in Luton in England with Kime. Hey, hanging out in Luton. Come on, Kime, you're not in Luton, surely.
Was you able to see that, Kime, or was it good enough? Could you see it? Kime?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, could you see my bike coming down the driveway?
I did, yeah, I saw all that.
Okay.
Problem. I keep flicking. I'm trying to get used to flicking between the StreamYards and the live one as well to put the comments on and see what the comments are. Sometimes
all you need to do, Kime, is just mute the YouTube live stream so you don't get an echo, and then you're fine. But there is a delay.
Yeah, that's no problem. The problem is, like, if I go to the StreamYards one, it's dead live. I can see it's perfect straight away. If I go to the other one, there's a delay of about, must be 10 seconds or so.
Yeah.
Yeah. There'll always be that delay. And it is strange. It is definitely strange. But what would be stranger is you in Luton.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with Luton? Nothing wrong with Luton. Got a good airport there.
I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Yes, I have, Kime. 1977, fresh off the plane at Heathrow Airport, Aer Lingus from Dublin, into a camper van hired in Luton, and off into a poor old deli shop owner's shop where my father insisted on us having some sandwiches, and the poor old guy didn't know how to make sandwiches. And that's just something that I'll never forget about Luton. And then I'm looking around Luton and I see push bike tyres in trees, and I'm just thinking, my God, Dad, what have you taken us?
Well, there's somebody else
oh, mate, I'll never forget it, Kime. And then the M1 up to Birmingham. I can never forget that. And I'm only 9 years old at the time. And it was the best experience that I'd ever had in my life, still today, is coming to England. And
Andy GSA Tractor, he lives close to Luton, apparently. And he said it's
there you go.
And he lives there.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking Luton's the wasteland, you know, it's an absolute wasteland. And it's the sort of area that England has forgotten about. So I will do my best to always make sure that the world remembers Luton. And it's not that bad. The poor old shopkeeper did his best, mate. He just didn't know how to handle an Aussie family that wanted cheese and Vegemite sandwiches. He'd never heard of the fucking thing Vegemite. I think, well, you know, a couple of cheese and Vegemite sandwiches, mate, because we were just Aussies. We were dumb Aussies that didn't know anything about the culture of England. You don't ask people to make a snack for you. You know, it's you come in, you buy something, you fuck off, and then that's it. That's the end of the transaction. You know, the poor old shopkeeper. But then, you know, I had a Dutch dad who wasn't going to take no for an answer. The old Dutch, eh? There you go. But I do remember fondly England.
Hey, Dave. They got an airline down here in the southeastern United States based out of Louisiana, Conolingus. They serve fresh fish on every flight.
Careful how you say
Oh, man. I can tell Angelique's on the other side of the house, isn't she? Yeah. And Angelique's on the other side of the house, isn't she? Yes.
I have a quick question. For Dave.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Vegemite and Marmite. Is Vegemite the same as Marmite? Some people say it is, and some people say
well, look,
is it
okay. Now I am actually the aficionado on this, and I love both spreads.
I knew I asked the right person.
Now, both spreads are completely different.
Oh.
Marmite is more the savoury when you want it sweet. Vegemite is the more savoury when you want it robust. Does that make sense, Colin?
Yeah, but does it taste different? So if I haven't bought any, I've never tasted it. But if I buy
you'll hate it. If you're a Marmite, if you've been weaned on Marmite, you will hate Vegemite.
Yeah, is it not even similar at all?
No, it's bitter.
Is it like vinegar and
oh yeah, no, to the course, sick bastard. It is the vinegar of vinegars.
Really?
It's Vegemite. You know, yuck. It is absolutely flavourless, salty, black tar. Where Marmite is this soft, gooey. You know, it's just lovely to eat Marmite. You know, and you have it with a bit of cheese, and you have it on your toast. You toast in the morning, you know, and it's Marmite. There's
you love it or hate
with
it, they say.
You love it or hate it, but Vegemite is, mate. Vegemite you have with your bully beef, you know. You have it on a hunk of bread. You don't have a toast, mate. You've torn off the hunk of dough, you know, and you've cooked that on the fireplace and the coals. It's turned into a soft doughy concoction that you spread your Vegemite on, and put your bloody roux out of the ladle, the ladle on the fireplace. Oh God, Vegemite, what a horrible. But
oh well, that's a good recommendation. I love it. Australian, isn't it?
I love it, Brian. I think if you have a beautiful slice of roast beef and you have some lovely fresh sourdough, and you get a nice thick plastering of good butter. It's got to be thick. You've got to plaster your butter thick, and then you put a nice big thick plaster of Vegemite. Then you have your tomato, and you have your cheese and your roast beef, and then bang into it. Oh, there's nothing better. Now
There's another sandwich I'd like to some information on, Dave, and it's the whether this is an Australian thing, I don't know, but it's peanut butter and jelly. Is that an Australian thing?
No, that's American. That's
American?
that's a Sesame Street counting game. 4 peanut butter jelly sandwiches, and you take away 1. How many peanut butter sandwiches do you have?
None.
3. Because you've eaten the peanut. So it was always an American thing. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Ernie and Bert. Ernie and Bert were the ones.
So peanut butter and jelly. Who knows about peanut butter and jelly? What it is? What's the jelly? Is it jam or is it
strawberry jam?
Jelly.
Mac.
No jam. Jelly.
It's jelly.
See, jam has berries and stuff in it.
I think
jam has berries and stuff. Jelly is clear. It don't have any. It don't have any berries.
See, in Australia, we use peanut butter and strawberry jam, and we still call it peanut butter and jelly. But it's not as famous or commonly used. It's only because we watched Sesame Street and we loved Ernie and Bert.
Yeah, but it's not very good for you, I don't think. But a big steak's probably, a T-bone's probably better.
Oh, yeah, fucking oath. But I can tell you what, you can't go wrong with a bit of Vegemite and a bit of fucking slab of roast beef, mate. Beautiful stuff.
And you can't go wrong with a bit of T-bone on your viewing list either, can you, Mac?
No, and I'm gonna tell you, here in the swamplands, we use Vegemite here for jock itch.
It'd be the same as a yeast extract, or sort of a molasses. It's basically the byproduct of brewing beer. So when you have done with your brewing of the beer, you're left with a syrup at the bottom of your vat. And that black syrup is what essentially Vegemite is.
Is it? Seriously?
That's essentially what fucking Vegemite is. It's the worst, lowest common denominator, food staple that you could think of. What about Australians go mad for it?
What about
just shows you how poor us colonists are at kind.
What about what Salty Badger's put there? He's saying peanut butter and honey sandwiches. Has anybody heard of that?
Now that's nice. Now that's very, very nice, and I have had them. And I think it's a poor substitute for jelly. Yeah, so it all came from Sesame Street, the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. And the Count would always, correct me if I'm wrong, Americans.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. We'll tell you this, before they invented television sets, I was eating peanut butter and jelly as a little bitty boy in 1940. So.
Oh, that's beautiful, Mac. Are you playing the guitar or motorball?
Sounds like it.
I'm fiddling around, yeah.
It sounds bloody beautiful.
Oh, you can actually hear that, huh?
Oh, Motorboom, you are a beautiful guitarist.
It's not even.
I am not worthy to be.
Didn't hear it.
Oh, brother, I'm not worthy to be in your presence when you play the guitar. You're so good, and I'm so bad.
You sing.
You've got a style, man. You've got a style, and one thing I know about the guitar is if you don't pick it up for a while, and then you pick it up, just things come out that you have no control over. It's all about the calluses.
Yeah.
I
don't keep too
much. Hey, Desert Outlaw, how you going there, young fella?
Vegemite.
Got to get some Vegemite, mate. Got to get some Vegemite. It's good to see you, young fella.
Good to see you. Good to see everybody.
Where were you?
Wow.
Where
Andy,
were
you
you
don't know
on
what
your
you're missing,
bike?
man.
Going up a mountain. You were going up a mountain. You
Yeah,
went on a ride on your sporty up a mountain.
That's
was
a
cool.
mountain.
Yeah, it's the only mountain around where you live. I get that, but you know that's what happens when you live. That's what happens when you live in the desert, man. It's all a fucking wasteland, man.
Yeah,
I get that, but
Was
that's
that
cool.
Camelback Mountain?
What kind of mountain?
Camelback. Is that Camelback or is that Superstition Mountain?
No, Camelback and Superstition Mountain are south, a little bit more southwest past that one. That's the ones in the range up there. And then we have Mount Lemmon as well, and that's a pretty good mountain. That one goes up 7,000 feet from 2,000 feet, and like I don't know, you could get up there in an hour. So it's 5 different landscapes, like landscape ranges. So there's pine trees and little lakes, and then it goes desert, and then high desert, and some other shit. I have grasslands. So I'll shoot up there one of these days. I like to go camp up there. It's a little cold to go camping.
Superstition Mountain and Camelback Mountain are cool. I've been there when I was younger, a lot younger. I was there when I was 19.
Damn.
Desert Outlaw, as an Australian, what would it take you to ride from where you are to Georgia?
Damn.
It's a pretty much cross state.
How many miles is it?
Let's see.
4,000 at least, minimum, more than that.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 1,800. Yeah, exactly. It's 1,800 miles, so 28 hours. Yeah, 28 hours.
How long is it to Forgotten Angels?
I know that one. Let's see. 2 days for sure.
Because if you ride down to Forgotten Angels, I'll try and get the boat from Australia.
Yeah, I'm going next year for sure.
Yeah,
I'm going
do
in October.
Man. It was just so much fun.
What about March? You should go to March, Outlaw. Can you get?
I know. If
Desert
I can
Outlaw.
swing it, I'd go to March. If I can swing it, I'll do March. But for sure, October.
Desert Outlaw, if you could do 600 miles a day, it'd take you at least 3 to get there.
Yeah, exactly. So I was gonna for sure camp out. I have a bedroll and I have all my moto camping stuff packed up. It's ready to go.
And then that makes good content. But Desert Outlaw, that makes great content.
I was thinking Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're the star of the show.
Not me. Don't say that. I was thinking of going through Texas and then seeing if Ghost wanted to meet up and ride down as well. If Ghost wants to meet up in Texas, I'd be super down to go. So that way I have someone to ride with. I'm used to camping on the side of the road.
It's also YouTubing collaboration. Okay, so you're collaborating as YouTubers. And I think that's the way forward for YouTubing.
Me too.
Collaboration. It's just, as an Australian, yes, the tyranny of distance is huge, but it's not impossible.
No, I'm definitely down. My dad lives in Florida, so I mean the trek. It's just a few days, so I just got to camp out overnight. I usually just like to camp out on the side of the road.
Dad would love to see you. Come on, go and see old man. Play a couple of rounds of shuffleboard down there in Florida, in the retirement village that the old man's in.
Yeah, he's in the town just right above Sick.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Gainesville.
So I could go see everybody. Yeah. Okay, there's no one down here, man. It's like, eesh.
What sort of gear do you take with you, Desert? When you on your bike, how much gear do you take? Do you take a tent to roll and that's it, or nothing else?
Usually a lightweight bivvy, a lightweight backpacking sleeping bag, my little backpacking stove, a pan, and then just like 5 pairs of boxers and 2 pairs of pants. And
no tent.
Basically backpacking, but on the bike.
A small tent though, as well.
No, bivvy. So like it's like a bedroll, but it has a bug net over you.
Wow, that is really minimalistic.
Minimal.
Yeah, and
I
some
would
couple
say.
beers.
Yeah.
All I can say, Desert Outlaw, is a few maybe one night trips out in your beautiful country for the world to see, and your perspective of your night sky, your wonderful wastelands of Arizona. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, that's what I really want to do.
I think you could be, huge for your state, and show the world, through your perspective. And hell, you go and see your old man. 2 birds with the one stone. I encourage it. I encourage it wholeheartedly. Long haul motorcycle riding's not for everybody, but there are a select few that like it. Hours and hours and hours on the bike, eating up those roads, those white lines that just pass us by. There's something romantic about that, man. And I mean that in the most Jack Kerouac way, on the road. The sense of freedom that only one can find in America. I sincerely hope you find it as a young American who knows your country. And I think you're in the right group of people to encourage you to do such adventurous treks.
I love camping as well. I like to go camp my bike as well, pack my panniers up. I take a bit more than what you do, Desert, because I've got like a tent, tarp. I have all food, camping. I have all my gear on the back of the bike and everything. I wouldn't go with just a tarp, a bivvy or anything like that. But it's really great to just stop at the side of the road, get your boiler out, boil a cup of tea, make a cup of tea, and then just drive on again. You can stop anywhere you like, when you like. It's a lovely thing to do, I think. As long as it's not raining, we get quite a bit of rain here.
Fine. Exactly, and that is definitely the next YouTubing event that I want to actually highlight is the idea of the swag man from Australia. We have a lovely song called Waltzing Matilda, and I'm pretty sure that song is internationally known. Waltzing Matilda,
that's
you'll come, my darling. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's very Australian. Yeah. And in that song, the poet, which was Banjo Patterson, I think, talks about the old swagman camped down by the billabong, and he catches a sheep and he kills the sheep for the meat and he leaves the fleece hanging on the fence line for the farmer. And so he's not deemed a criminal because he's left the fleece of the sheep hanging on the fence. But he boiled his hot water on a billy stove and he made damper and he cooked a bit of the jumbuck or the sheep on the fire, and the old Aussie swag man carried his house on his back, basically. And for us as motorcyclists, we carry our house on our bike with a bedroll, or in the Australian way, we don't have a tent or anything. We have a self-contained canvas roll-up bedding that is all in one, and it serves like a tent. So yes, but it's pretty bulky on the bike. You may have seen it, and I never use it because fuck putting up the swag. I'm going to stay in a motel. I'm too fucked by the end of the day. But yeah, I actually want to do it this time. I actually want to stay out in the bush and do a bit of Aussie camping. Exactly what you're talking about, Desert Outlaw, and you too, Kime, sitting on the side of the road, boiling the billy, having a cup of tea.
Nothing like it. Wonderful.
There is nothing absolutely, and you have a bit of a chat, and you have a bit of a live stream, and you show off a little bit about the culture that we love and why we keep going back to riding and exploring. And if it wasn't for that road, where would we be?
The only not problem, but the only thing I have with camping and things is normally I'm always limited for time. I get a couple of days off, and I go out camping. I've got to get back for a certain time. I would like to have the ability to go ride out camping and just say, I'm going away. I'm coming back when I come back. I wake up in the morning when I want to wake up, and do it for a week, a month, or whatever. And with no worries about what time you're going to get home, because it's always the pressure for me personally anyway. You've got work, and probably Motto as well. Motto, same. Everybody who works has the pressure of going back to work all the time.
Yeah.
So
unless, of course,
you are really, really lucky. But like you, old Mac, as well.
Unless, of course, you pull up your work on their occupational health and safety and win a lovely claim, which doesn't happen all the time. But profits before people. I dig it, and I hear what you're saying. It's a glorious life I live here in Australia with the wind that blows me in any direction. I am very, very fortunate man to be able to have that. I'm allowed to be drawn by the wind that blows me in any direction.
I have a question. Are you sure the wind blows in any direction? Because I've seen the video that Motobomb comes in his introduction on his lives. You're lying there on the grass, and the wind is blowing in one direction. Right?
Yeah, I know. It's artistic license, Kime. It's artistic license.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's artistic license, and it doesn't matter about all that. I mean, the idea is that the wind's blowing in any direction will take me.
Yeah,
I love that.
I'm getting a bit dark here, so I've got no lights on, and the light's gone outside. I'm going to have to go and either change location or turn some lights on and spend a bit of money on the electricity.
It's all good, brother. It's all good. It's nice to see you anytime.
Yeah,
it's nice to talk to England.
Yeah, I'll probably disappear if everybody doesn't mind for a short period of time, and I'll probably pop on my computer upstairs where it's a bit more nicer.
Yeah, you got better light.
Here.
Yeah.
Just my temporary view on a laptop and sitting on a chair.
And plus, you've just finished your shift, so you just unwind, mate. You've come home from work. Me and the boys will keep chatting. I'm sure Sick Bastard has many a story to tell.
Yeah.
And
Andy's just given me an idea. He says light a candle, so I might go and try and find a candle.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
All right.
That'll be a nice soft light, actually. It'll be quite cinematic.
I need a proper camera and a bit of artistic license is what I haven't got at the moment. All right, I'll catch us all very soon.
No worries, Con. Always good
to be somewhere a bit more nicer looking. And I just want to say ta to Andy, and I'll catch him later. Cheers, everybody.
Yeah, no
Cheers,
Have a good one, Con.
See you, Con.
See you later.
Anyway, sorry for taking over the show there, Mac.
He can light his candle, and I'll put on a little bit of Barry White in the background,
Oh, yeah, you got it smooth there, operator. Smooth operator. Hey? You got a smooth operator. You know all the moves, old Mac. You don't fool me one bit. I know you got all the moves.
Yeah, I used to have them. Arthritis set in now. Oh, we've had some, like with Desert Outlaw, he brought back such memories of the things we did when we was young, when we used to ride the range. And I used to work for I.T. Thurber over at Triangle T Ranch. Those are wonderful days. They went on and on.
That's what the motorcycle has brought for me. Is those old memories.
The camping out. We used to have these line shacks up there at Yosemite Park, up the way to Yosemite. I.T. Thurber had these line shacks one day out. And if you rode at the right time, you could get to a line shack before dark set in. Then you could check for scorpions or any snakes that crawled in there. And then you can lay
And
down.
then you had the rest of the night to yourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at sick. He's getting all ready to go.
Riding with that foot the way it is. I guess he says he can't feel it. That blows my mind.
That's how I got it. I couldn't feel it.
Anything to get on that FXR? You taking the FXR? You taking White Lightning or Black Fucking Night?
I'm taking the night train. I'm taking out the.
Okay, yeah, right. Kick back, everybody. Here you go. Here's a bit of quality riding right now. Now, the night train. The stretch limo of the Harley Davidson models. Wouldn't you agree? The stretch limo.
Yes. The night train is just a different animal.
Yeah, it's the stretch limo, mate, of the motorcycling range from Harley Davidson.
Well, it's.
I remember I got on.
Fast in a straight line.
Yeah, I got on a night train and I couldn't believe how far the fucking front wheel was away from the handlebars.
Yeah.
It was like, hold on, where's the front wheel?
It's a little shorter with the inverted front end.
Yeah, well, it would be, but it's still, man, it's still a stretch limo.
Yeah.
Have a good ride, Sick.
All right, I gotta go. I'll see you later.
Yeah, we love you, man. Oh, man.
You know what I got to fix for lunch today, Moto? Salmon croquettes or salmon patties. You can't do the salmon patties? Oh, man, I love
We got them here in Australia. I love me a salmon patty.
You just don't like the salmon flavor?
No, it's too fishy, man. I grew up in Minnesota too, you know, and there was only certain fish like walleye I could eat because that was really white meat, didn't have no nasty like fishy flavor sometimes because I get a little hint of that and I'm done, man. I can't do it. Now I can eat tuna, if you can believe that. I can eat tuna fish and stuff like that. I like that, but salmon is the worst. I don't know how you do it.
When we was young in the 60s in our first adventure into marriage, tuna casseroles was one of my first wife, her favorite thing to make was tuna casserole.
Yeah.
That was fucking easy.
I like that.
It was fucking easy.
The guy you used to put like crushed up Lay's. Ooh, you all right?
Yeah, fuck yeah. You know me, I'm gone when I'm gone and I'm here right now. Take your motorboard. Oh, Mac, who doesn't love a tuna casserole? With all that pasta and cheese. Oh, and I bake there away and bubbling away when it comes out the oven. Oh, you know your wife loved you when she made your tuna casserole after a hard day at the office. I mean, the office was always the work site for me, but that's what we called it.
I took a lot of tuna fish sandwiches to work also. I like tuna fish sandwiches.
Tuna salad on some King's rolls.
Oh, yeah. And you know, when I was a trucking, one of my favorite sandwiches to get over in the evening time was a egg salad sandwich at a truck stop.
I can't beat the egg salad.
They didn't,
Absolutely.
you know, they didn't lay heavy on your stomach, and yeah, egg salad sandwich.
Lettuce and fucking egg, eh? Lettuce and egg. That's all it was, with a bit of mayonnaise.
Yeah.
And a bit of curry powder thrown in the mayonnaise. Oh, I love it. I love it.
We use paprika.
Yeah, paprika.
Yeah.
That's the red. That's the red powder, isn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The paprika. I love that stuff.
We went to an Indian restaurant in Birmingham, and they had so many Indian dishes from India, and every one of them had a different level of curry in it. Curry chicken. Yeah. And I say it was good, but after a while, it kind of grew. It got where I didn't want no more curry.
Yeah,
I
I love spicy curry.
I burned out on curry. I mean, it was good. When the fad lasted, and I've never been back to that restaurant, but we went to Las Vegas a few years ago, and we crawled on one of the metro buses in Las Vegas. I don't smell, but everybody with me, they go, "Whoa, the curry is strong on this bus." So they will.
Really?
You'll sweat it out.
Oh yeah, is that what it is? Yeah, you go to 7-Eleven, and my buddy said, "It's strong in here,"
Smells like curry.
Ah, really? They could smell it on your breath.
And your armpits, you just leak it out after a while.
Yeah.
And here I was thinking about the 70s fondue pots.
Oh yeah.
Old Mac dipping his bit of bread in the fondue pots.
My sister Connie, she put a piece of meat on a fork and she was cooking it. And when she pulled it out of the pot, it slipped off the end of the fork and fell into her shoe. And she was dancing around on one foot, of that hot grease.
Oh yeah, no, it's very painful. No, I could just imagine that. She would have been doing the jitterbug, all right.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. It's all good, guys. Look, I've just realised I've just seen the time, and I've been really glad to stay with you for the last 5 hours, old Mac. You're a very entertaining human being. You have something that is unique on YouTube, old Mac. I'm surprised you don't have a larger audience than you do.
But it's quality. It's quality.
Yes, you do have quality. I'm glad that you don't need the amount of moderators that I need. Just to do a simple live, I need at least 10 moderators because the moderators are all cramming over each other. As soon as one moderator has done something, another idiot will pipe up with another stupid political statement about Palestine, and that has to be, we don't want that sort of talk in my chat. I don't need to know about the horrors of Palestine. I just want to know about riding the motorcycle and giving women who ride their voice. We don't need to talk about the horrors of Palestine.
Hey, David, have you seen where Itchy Boots is riding?
Yeah. Okay. So she's going to some really bad country, man.
Into Lebanon. Can you imagine?
I know, she's mad.
Into Lebanon.
She is such a brave woman. And
she's crossed over Turkey. She may have went. Yeah, she'll be in Lebanon when this coming week when she puts her show on. She'll be entering probably into Lebanon because she's only Itchy Boots.
An excess. What was it? It's a 650 Tenere. She's on an old 87 Tenere.
They completely
a really good bike, actually. The bike she's on is suitable for what she's doing. She's a smart cookie.
She was in such hard rain last week. This past week, the rain was so heavy. She pulled into like a service station where the rain was just pouring down, and she put her raincoat on. It rained almost all the way across Turkey.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I haven't actually seen that episode, but no doubt I will. So no more spoiler alerts.
Okay.
First,
this is
let me watch it because I do follow Norley Shoemaker. I have a lot of love for Norley Shoemaker. Itchy Boots. I love our Dutch motorcycle community. They're a bunch of really cool people, the Dutch, and liberal thinking. They think liberally, the Dutch.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to hang with you for 5 hours, and that's unfortunately it. We've only have less than 2 minutes to go, and I've been with you for 5 hours. That, my friend Good Mac, is a milestone. You know what? And not once was there a flag waving, just statically. I think your lives are full of content, you know, and they're full of entertainment.
In 2 minutes, we're going to start shutting the page down. So anybody got your goodbyes, and we got some folks over at Andy's GSA Tractor. We got Time to Go. He's upstairs. 2 Before is up there in Nova Scotia. We got folks all over the place. So any of those that wants to say bye or whatever, we'll. Oh, you're having yourself that ain't a Modella. Oh, because you don't. Yeah, I know you don't drink that stuff no more. Seltzer.
It's the blood.
Anyway,
Yeah,
Desert Outlaw, enjoy your little camping trip, and we can have cross-referencing camping trips. Does Australia do camping better than America? There's the challenge that's been thrown out. There you go. Because I'm going to do something similar, and I'm going to make a YouTube of it. So
I need to get out before it's too cold.
Man, enjoy yourself, Desert Outlaw. Rock on that little sporty of yours with those big daddy ape hangers of yours. The old black big daddy ape hangers. Mac, it was a joy to spend 5 hours with you, mate.
I know.
An absolute joy.
I got to hear Blind Melon Chitlin play for the first time in 50 years.
Good.
You remember when he Blind Melon got up there and he was doing it, and so Chief got to put the harmonica in his lips.
That's so true, isn't it? You got to put the harmonica. He was an alcoholic, mate. Blind Melon Chitlin was nothing more than an alcoholic who grunted and farted and didn't care what was recorded at the time, but you were just lucky enough to hear his performance. Yeah. And, you know, Blind Melon Chitlin. Yeah, very classic stuff. Thanks, guys, for being so supportive of everything that I'm trying to do. I am grateful and humbled at the same time. You all rock on now. This is Australia over and out.
Later,
and a big old 73 coming your way, old Mac.
Bye-bye, 7-3 all around.
All 7-3 all around. See you, Motorball. Take care, mate.
See you, Motorball. See you, world.
See you, worlds.